morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the open meeting for Thursday, November 9th, 2023, and ask the Commission Secretary for information on today's agenda.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the minutes of the open meeting of Friday, November 3rd, 2023, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss the minutes.
I move we approve the minutes of November 3rd, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the agenda, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss the notices associated with agenda items 2 through 10, or the draft order adopting modified rules and a modified legislative report that updates existing provisions of WIS Admin Code Chapter PSC 119 regarding the interconnection of customer-owned distributed generation facilities with the distribution system of electric public utilities.
Move we approve the notices of investigation associated with agenda items 2 through 7.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Move we approve the notices of proceeding associated with agenda items 8 through 10.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And in docket 1 AC 256, I move we approve the draft order and modified report to the legislature.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 12, which is docket 4220-UR-126. And Commissioner Strand has volunteered to lead the discussion for this case.
Thank you. Before us is the application of Northern States Power Company, Wisconsin, NSPW, for authority to adjust electric and natural gas rates. NSPW is a fully integrated investor-owned utility that generates, transmits, distributes, and sells electric energy to approximately 267,000 electric customers in more than 220 communities in northwestern Wisconsin. On the natural gas front, NSPW supports approximately 120,000 customers. NSPW's initial filing requested a $40.3 million or 4.8% increase in electric rates and a $9 million or 5.3% increase in natural gas rates based on a 2024 test year. As stated by the applicant, the requested electric increase was driven by capital investments in infrastructure across the NSP system, and the natural gas increases are driven by investments in natural gas distribution infrastructure. NSPW's application also included requests to add new energy services and programs, change or update existing programs, and update pricing for electric and natural gas services. As is standard practice in rate case proceedings, Commission staff performed a comprehensive audit, which often results in proposed adjustments to the filed revenue requirement. In this proceeding, staff's proposed audit adjustments resulted in a recommended decrease of $2.8 million or 0.34% for electric rates and an increase of $5.3 million or 3.14% for natural gas rates. In addition to Commission staff's involvement, this case benefited from the participation of a number of intervening parties: the Citizens Utility Board of Wisconsin, Renew Wisconsin, Walmart, and the Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group. A public hearing on this matter was held on September 11th, followed by a party hearing that was held on September 22nd. A healthy amount of direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal testimony and accompanying exhibits were filed throughout the proceeding, and a total of 10 public comments were received. I would like to commend the applicant, Commission staff, and the participating parties for their involvement in this proceeding. Although this was not a settled case, there was a lot of agreement on many of the issues, and it was clear to me that the applicant took a measured and constructive approach throughout this process. That said, there are still a number of contested issues we will address today. I also want to note that one uncontested issue, 32D, will also need to be discussed. But before we jump into the issues, I want to give my colleagues the opportunity to make any opening comments they have.
Thank you, Commissioner Strand. I don't have anything other than to echo what you just said, and I agree completely that a lot of what we see in this case was, I think that's a great word, measured, and also constructive. And so I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thanks.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. So that brings us to issue number 1. Under revenue requirement issues, we are asked here if the annual incentive plan compensation for exempt employees should be included in the 2024 test year revenue requirement. So the applicant did include the cost of these in their test year forecast, and in accordance with past commission practice, the commission staff excluded this expense associated with AIP so that we could weigh in on this issue. Commission practice has been to exclude incentive plans or portions of incentive plans from the revenue requirement when such plans or portions or plans are based primarily on financial results. Here, I felt there was a lack of evidence that this AIP proposal demonstrated any benefit to customers. I think it was clear to me that it was tied specifically to financial results through an earnings per share mechanism. In the past, the commission hasn't approved an AIP based primarily on financial results. So here I'm at alternative 1 to disallow the AIP compensation for exempt employees in the revenue requirement.
I'm in the same spot, alternative 1, and it's consistent with our past practice and the historical treatment of this type of compensation plan. And I would just make a note to the applicant that unless this particular incentive program changes materially, I can't see a path to recovering this in rates because of the reasons that you outlined. So I'm also at alternative 1.
Yep, I'm in the same spot. Obviously, this is a company that's got a parent operating in a lot of different states, and so it's treated differently in different states, but consistent with how we've treated, as you just said. I'm in the same spot for how we do this, that they would need to come up with a different structure that isn't tied to the incentive specifically only gets paid when there's a EPS result. So I'm at alt 1.
Thank you. So 1A was only if the commission authorized recovery of that, so here we don't need to take that up. Issue 2 is uncontested, which means we can move to issue 3A. 3A asks us if the applicant should be required to provide a plan for what steps it will take to allow customers to benefit from their AMI meters. This was actually a suggestion from a CUB witness. Given the capabilities of AMI metering and the potential benefits as a result of AMI implementation, I think it is reasonable to direct the applicant to provide a plan outlining the steps they'll take to allow customers to benefit from AMI. When we've taken up AMI cases with NSP before, we have talked about needing more information, and I think this kind of information could help with that. So I am at alternative 1 on this one.
I am as well, alternative 1.
Yep, I'm at alternative 1. I'll just note the plan that they provided as to justifying the cost benefit of the whole AMI program included these types of programs. So I think it's important. Thanks.
Thank you. 3B asks if the applicant should be required to factor in distributional equity into the fault location, isolation, service restoration, installation, cost-benefit analysis. This was also a proposal from a CUB witness. I do appreciate the suggestion, but I think it's something that NSP can consider in the future. And I believe that their stated prioritization here, which is a focus on the feeders with low reliability performance, is the proper prioritization. And therefore, I'm at alternative 2.
I am as well.
Okay, perfect.
Completely
Thank
agree.
you.
Yep.
If you come into this industry, you get so many fun acronyms, and this is one of them, FLIZR. I'm at alternative 2 for the same reason. I think that their focus on the most reliability challenge makes the most sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Issue 4 asks if project costs associated with docket 4220 TU 100 be included in the 2024 test year revenue requirement. As is noted in the issue scope, the applicant we have not approved this yet, so I think it would be premature to include this. There is a deferral request in the TU filing, so that doesn't preclude them from pursuing that if and when this program is approved, but I'm at alternative 1 for those reasons. And it's consistent with practice that we don't include it until it's been approved.
Right. And I think the applicant acknowledges that, you know, the case has been pending for a while, and that is not of any fault of the applicant. It's because we have an enormous workload. But because of that, because we haven't decided whether or not to approve that docket and the program, as you indicated, that 4220-TU, the applicant did include a deferral request. And so I think it's more appropriately taken up in that docket. So I'm also at alternative 1.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm at alternative 1 as well.
Thank you. Issue 5 relates to an interchange agreement billing error and whether that should be incorporated into the test year revenue requirement. I do think that this involves the correction of a known error and therefore support the inclusion of the reduction. While the applicant does suggest to use the ESM, which is interesting, it's not clear to me that the dollars would automatically go back to the customers, so therefore I'm at alternative 1 on this one.
I am as well for the same reasons.
Thank you.
Yep, same alternative 1 for the same reasons.
Thank you. On issue 6, we're asked if the increased cost associated with a Minnesota law change relating to nuclear cask payments should be included in the test year revenue requirement. This information did come in late to our proceeding and didn't give staff the opportunity to corroborate the dollar amount. And because the number can't be verified, I don't think it's reasonable to add it here, which would take me to alternative 3. But I do want to note that there's nothing to preclude NSPW from requesting a deferral later. So given the unknown, I'm at disallowing it.
I am as well, alternative 3.
Thank you.
I'll join you there.
Issue 7 asks if the amortization expenses associated with commission authorized deferrals be included in the determination of net income or as an offset revenue requirement. Here, the applicant and I would be there as well. The alternative 1 includes a 2-year period, which would be 24 through 25, and I think that's consistent and runs with the term of this rate case.
Agreed. I'm also at alt 1.
Yep, I am at alt 1 as well, thanks.
Thank you. Issue 8 asks if the commission should require staff to conduct a review of the adjustment procedures for industry association dues. We did take up this issue in our proceeding for MG&E last week, and I think that this is one of those issues where it's appropriate to be consistent across utilities. So that would put me at alternative 3, so a slight modification. Our MG&E decision was, instead of ordering a formal review, direct the applicant to provide specific data in its initial data request responses in its next rate case proceeding, demonstrating the specific customer benefits associated with payment of association dues for which it intends to seek recovery in that proceeding. I think this is important for us to try to gauge the value here, and therefore I'm at this kind of modified alternative 3.
I agree completely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the same spot. I'll join you there.
Great, thank you. Issue 9 is uncontested, which brings us to issue 10. This is another issue where I think it's appropriate to be consistent across utilities. This issue regards deferral of impacts of IRA or IIJA and with or without carrying costs. Because they're expected to be customer benefits from this, I do think requiring the deferral with carrying costs at the short-term debt rate is reasonable, which would put me at alternative 1.
Agreed. Alt 1.
Thank you.
Yep, and then with MG&E, I think it was in the minutes, just noting that any deferral would start where the money actually shows up, not necessarily when a grant is awarded.
Yep.
And I think
I think we said when the impacts are incurred or received, so I
Exactly.
would copy that.
Yep.
Thank
Same
you.
spot then.
Issue 11 is uncontested, which brings us to issue 12, which is also an issue where I think it's appropriate to be consistent across utilities. This asks about accounting treatment for the COVID-19 regulatory asset. As we discussed last week, I think the important point was made that the purpose of the COVID deferral was to protect customers and utilities because of the unknown of the pandemic that we were in the early stages of. So we determined that that would be reasonable to authorize the COVID-19 regulatory asset over 2 years, and I'm there for this proceeding as well, alternative 1.
I am as well.
I am as well for the same reasons.
Thank you. Issues 13, 14, 15, 16 are uncontested, which brings us to fuel issues. Issue 17 is uncontested as well, as is 18. Thank you, applicant. And 19, which brings us to issue 20, which asks, should the anticipated decrease in capacity purchased power costs from 2024 to 2025 be addressed? Here, we spent a little bit of time on this one, but it's my understanding that both the applicant and commission staff acknowledge that a significant decrease is expected in the second year. Therefore, I feel that alternative 2, a deferral with carrying costs and the short-term debt rate is reasonable here.
I agree. Alt 2.
Thank you.
That's short-term debt.
Yep.
Yep. I'm in the same spot. Alternative 2 with that.
Great, thank you. Issue 21 asks us if the applicant should be required to provide a plan to contact customers when they have information to suggest that fuel costs will be significantly higher than predicted. This was a proposal from a CUB witness. My thoughts on this are that the applicant already addressed it in the record, that it has some of these items in place already. I do appreciate CUB's suggestion, but I don't feel compelled to direct them to present such a plan, which would put me at alternative 2.
I agree, alt 2.
Okay. I will join you there. My notes were alt 3, and specifically with the AMI meters, is there something with this new technology that's going to maybe enable some of that? So I think that goes back to the AMI plan that we talked about before. So I'll join you at alt 2 here. Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Great.
Issue 22 is uncontested, which brings us to finance issues. So I'll just make some general comments as it relates to these issues, and then we can walk through. The data and the information provided in the record is quite robust, and I again commend the applicant, staff, and the parties for their work on these important issues. When making these finance-related decisions, for me, it's important to take a broad approach that considers return on equity, capital structure, and an earnings sharing mechanism, while seeking to strike a reasonable balance between customers, the company, and its shareholders. Issue 24 is uncontested and relates to capital structure. I support the continuation of the applicant's current capital structure, which includes an equity layer of 52.5%, which in my opinion is very reasonable here. So it's uncontested, but I would propose that we
Right.
allow that to proceed.
Yep.
Yes, agreed.
Issue 25, which we will discuss shortly, relates to an earnings sharing mechanism, or ESM in this case, and I support imposing that for 24 and 25 based on the applicant's current ESM. So we'll take the action that we need on that one, which brings us to the issue of ROE. So this was a really tough call for me and one I've given a lot of thought on based on the plethora of information in the record. I do feel that this record demonstrates some reduction in ROE is reasonable, but it's not entirely clear to me on what that reduction should be, especially given my position on ESM and capital structure, and in the spirit of the long commission practice of gradualism. Again, I am looking at the totality of the record as it relates to the finance issues to reach a balanced and reasonable determination. I'm not copying out, but I'm comfortable to set an ROE between 9.7 and 9.9, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues on this issue to share their views and probably have a broader discussion on this topic.
I landed at 9.8, and it's in the spirit of gradualism and based on all of the testimony that's in the record. I think when you look at the equity layer of 52.5% and the earnings sharing mechanism, I think a request to increase ROE was bold. And I think that the evidence on the record demonstrates that a moderate decrease to the ROE is justified, and because of that, I landed at 9.8%.
Thank you very much.
Yep. I'm coming in at the 9.7 staff recommendation, and that's based on the reasonable range of about 8.5 to 9.5. So that was my coming in position.
Since my range was 9.7 to 9.9, and I can definitely join Chair Vaughn at 9.8.
Great.
But we'll walk through each one just to make sure we're getting everything that Cindy needs to capture. So 23B and 23C are uncontested.
Just one
Just
sec.
1 second.
Yep.
If I could just get are you joining at?
I can go through,
At the ROE?
yeah,
just
I was going to
need
go back to
Commissioner.
20.
Oh,
I was going to go
sorry.
back that. It's okay. We can.
You're going to come back to it?
Yeah,
Okay, I
okay.
just want to talk to
Yep,
my
that's
staff
fine.
for a second. Yep.
So 24 uncontested, so I think let's take a vote on 25, and then we'll go back to 23 and
Sure.
get what we want to do there. So for 23, the earnings share mechanism, I agree with the concept. I think it's a reasonable tool to help establish an equitable balance between the parties that we talked about, customer, company, shareholders. I think it's reasonable to authorize this based on their current ESM, and I do appreciate applicants and Cub's constructive involvement on this issue. So that would put me on alternative 2, to authorize the ESM for 24 and 25 based on their current ESM, which is the parameters are the first 25 points above the authorized ROE go to the applicant and the customers have a 50-50 split through the next 50 basis points, and then the customers receive a full refund of all earnings above 75 basis points. So alternative 2 for issue number 25.
And I'm in the same spot.
Okay,
alt
great,
2.
thank you. Now,
am as
back
well.
to, wonderful, thank you.
Yeah.
So 23, appropriate cost of capital. As we discussed, I am at alternative 4 to adopt an alternative percent, and that would be 9.8 as the reasonable rate of return.
Yep, I'm at 9.8%, so alt 4.
I'll join you guys at 9.8.
Okay, thank you. Do you have what you need, Cindy?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. Yep. So I think if appropriate, we should take a break to help kind of summarize where we are and, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
What do you think?
10 minutes?
10 minutes? Okay.
10 minutes, please.
All right, we're back. Okay, now we're back.
So we left off at electric rate issues, issue 26, which asks which electric cost of service study or studies should the commission consider when allocating revenue responsibility. The applicant, Cub, WIG, Walmart, and commission staff provided testimony regarding electric cost of service methodology. Historically, the commission does consider the results of multiple cost approaches for the purposes of allocating revenue responsibility. I did appreciate the testimony on this issue, but I ultimately was not persuaded that any specific cost of service study or set of cost of service studies was clearly superior or more accurate than the others that were presented. Therefore, I find it reasonable to support alternative 2, which is to not adopt a specific model. I will say that the record did demonstrate, as it did in the MGD proceeding, that now is probably a reasonable time to take a closer look at the cost of service and cost allocation, which will be teed up in the next issue. So for issue 26, I am at alternative 2.
I am as well, alternative 2.
I am as well.
Thank you. Issue 27, as I just said, asks if it's reasonable for the commission to open an investigation into electric cost allocation and rate design principles. I am at alternative 1 to open this investigation. I agree, especially given the testimony you received, that it's appropriate to take a look at this. And I just wanted to note that this would be a general investigation and not utility specific. So I would offer the same note that we did in MGD, reasonable for the commission to open a separate investigation into electric cost allocation and rate design principles.
I agree. I'm in the same spot.
Thank you.
Yep, I agree, and the record had the same types of things. The average and excess method was mentioned as a different way to do demand energy, how they're gonna treat solar and wind, and then the base load, intermediate, and peaker for production plant, as I said last week. I think all of those, and there may be others, so I'm in the same spot.
Thank you. Issue 28 asks what the appropriate electric revenue allocation at the commission staff audited revenue requirement is. I do think that alternative 2 is appropriate here because it strikes a reasonable balance to cost allocation given the overall revenue requirement impact. So I was at alternative 2 here.
So I actually found the testimony by Jessica York to be persuasive on this particular issue, and I was coming in at alt 4, where I would have approved the allocation proposed by week, but I did have alternative 2 as my second choice. So right now I'm sitting at alt 4.
Okay. Yeah, I was at alternative 2 on this one. I think that just overall, the staff provided a nice balance of the cost allocation and cost of service that I found persuasive. So I was at alt 2.
Okay. I'm just going to stay at alt 4.
Issue 29 asks if changes in the final revenue requirement for electric service should be allocated among the customer classes. Here, I would direct the difference in revenue requirements to be reallocated to the customer classes in a manner consistent with the allocation that Commissioner Huebner and I just selected in issue 28, which is the staff's allocation. So that would be a alt 3. It's slightly modified then. So customer classes in a manner consistent with the staff allocation and then adjusted for the final revenue allocation.
So you're at a new,
I'm at alt 3, which is very similar to alt 2, but is consistent with the allocation, but also accounts for the adjustments made to the revenue to the allocation.
yeah. Okay, well, I would have allocated them differently, but I can join you there.
What were you thinking, Chair?
I was kind of thinking revenue-based,
Okay.
yeah. How about you?
I was looking at energy-based because the changes were more fuel,
Fuel.
that it would probably be more appropriate to do energy.
Yeah.
Boy.
It's all on you.
No consensus?
No pressure.
When you say revenue, is
Yeah, I
that different
mean-
than the class allocation? From your perspective?
No, no. So I guess, you know what, I can join you at doing energy-related because what we're talking about is mostly made up of fuel costs.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I'll
that
stay.
would put us at alt 2
With energy.
energy.
Energy for you
Yeah.
guys, yep.
Yep, okay.
I'll stay.
Join or
I'm gonna stay. Okay. Issue 30 asks the appropriate level for the rate limiter. There was no opposition to this issue, so I am at alternative 1 to approve the proposed 150 hours use demand limiter.
I am as well, alt 1.
Yep, I'm at alternative 1.
Thank you. Issue 31 asks what the appropriate overall electric rate design is. Here I am at alternative 2. It's consistent with my decision on revenue allocation, and I support the staff's rate design as adjusted for the final revenue requirement.
For rate design, I'm also at alt 2.
I am as well.
Thank you. Issue 32 and the related sub-issues regard proposed updates to the Renewable Connect, which is VRE2, and Solar Connect Community VSE1 tariffs. And we're now looking at the reasonability of some of these, reasonableness, excuse me. Issue 32A asks if the proposed routine updates to the Renewable Connect and Solar Connect Community tariffs are reasonable. Here, there's no opposition to these requests, so I'm at alternative 1 for issue 32A.
I am as well, alt 1.
Thank you.
I am as well.
Thank you. Issue 32B asks if the applicant should be able to update the VRE2 cost per kilowatt hour annually. The applicant stated, here the applicant would like to update the tariff language to allow this to be updated annually, but the original tariff did state that those rates were going to be locked in for 5 years. So the initial intent of this tariff was to lock those in. I understand why updating those to reflect new cost information could be more accurate. But again, I think the customers who entered into this thought initially that they're going to be locked in. So that would put me at an alternative 2, which would approve the changes as proposed, but allow the customers who are already in this tariff to maintain their fixed rates through the period set when they entered it, which would be through the year 2027, that 5-year period from 23 to 27. So I'm at alternative 2, just to kind of protect those legacy customers.
Okay, so for this one, I was actually at alt 1 because I was persuaded by Terrell's testimony that says that allowing those legacy customers to remain could potentially result in misalignment down the line, and I would like to try to prevent that, so I was at alt 1.
Okay, yeah, I was at alternative 2 on this one as well, that I don't think the changes are really large here, but just if they signed up for a 5-year period, I'd like to honor that, so I was at alt 2.
Yep, so I would note that I want to make sure that that this final form tariff is clear that no one on the existing contract will see a rate change and distinguish between legacy customers and new customers. And then just say that let's work with staff to make sure that that language is appropriately reflected in the changes that are made.
Yeah.
32C asks if advertising of the Renewable Connect program is reasonable. This was a suggestion from a Cub witness, and we did kind of take up some similar issues with MGE last week. On this, I'm offering an alternative 4 because I don't think the advertising is unreasonable, but I do support directing the applicant to work with staff on the marketing language, similar to what we did. So again, I think this is slightly different than the 3 options that are noted here. So alternative 4, and I would use the same language that we did on the MGE Green Power Tomorrow from last week.
Do you have that in front of you, the language?
Yes. It is.
Oh, okay, I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yep. I'm comfortable with using that exact same language.
Okay, thank you.
I am as well.
Great. Thank you. Cindy, do you have what you need on that one? Okay, great. Issue 32D is uncontested, but we do need to discuss it, as I mentioned in my opening remarks. This question asks which docket should be used for annual tariff updates for the Renewable Connect and Solar Connect community programs. Here, the applicant proposed that these updated charges could be done in an existing docket, and they proposed specifically 4220 TE 109. However, we did review the 4220 TE 109 docket, and there is specific language in that docket that states that subsequent filings are directed to be filed in a separate TE docket and not in TE 109. So a little ticky-tacky, but I would offer an alternative 2 here, which would be to require the applicant to file updated tariffs in a new TE docket and direct them to work with staff on the appropriate filing process here.
Good catch. I'll join you.
Thank you.
Yeah, in the spirit, I didn't put this on my list, but I was glad that you did, or someone did, because I do think that a different docket makes a lot more sense, and that, then that's the docket where these rates just every year, and then somebody could actually go back and see how they changed.
Yep.
Instead of being filled up with a whole bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with
Right.
these rates. So I think that's a good catch, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Issue 33 relates to some EV charging programs. I want to give the applicant a lot of credit here. They've done a lot of work on electric vehicle issues, and this is an important one. I think we're all kind of learning together as the technology continues to change, so I think there are going to be different iterations on some of these issues. Here, the applicant proposed to incorporate a charger relocation and early termination costs into the monthly charges rather than separate assessments. I think there's some concern here that infrastructure could be abandoned or people could try to move infrastructure themselves, which in my opinion kind of amounts to a safety issue here. So I think erring on the side of safety, this is a reasonable request. I was also pleased to hear that it would probably only result in a $1 increase in the customer charge. So I do support the approval of this request and would be at alternative 1.
I do as well, and it's primarily for the safety and flexibility reasons that were indicated. And as you said, I think all of these EV tariffs are evolving, and it behooves us to be flexible as they change and move. So I'm at alt 1.
I'm in the same spot for the same reasons, thank you.
Thank you. Issue 34 asks if the proposed company-owned public EV charging tariff should be approved. This proposal is to provide a tariff for utility-owned EV charging stations which charge a per kilowatt hour rate. I do support this limited program, but I think it should remain limited until the commission approves an expansion of this. Similar to what we talked about last week, I do think there should be some better transparency here regarding program costs and perhaps an analysis demonstrating how the rates are recovering those costs. So in our decision last week, we asked that the applicant's proposed changes are approved, but subject to the conditions that the applicant provides in its next rate case proceeding, additional data to assess whether the tariff is recovering the costs and information on the current and planned expenditures for the program. So I just want to be mindful of some of these before we get too far ahead of ourselves in terms of expansion. So that would put me at alternative 3, which would be to approve the tariff consistent with the commission discussion and that note that I just added from last week regarding transparency and additional data.
So you would require additional, you're not making any changes to the tariff?
Nope, I would approve the tariff and then ask that they provide in the next rate case more information about the recovery of costs and planned expenditures.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. I can join you.
Thank you.
Did you approve it as a pilot?
So I know the MGE program was a
Yeah.
pilot, and to me, this was limited, but I didn't see like the word pilot or pilot status when we discussed this specific one. So I'm open if that's a course we need to go down, but I didn't read this as a pilot.
Okay.
And I think that is an important distinction from the MGE program, so thank you for asking that question.
Yeah, because I had marked that I would approve it as a pilot. But I can join you where you're at.
Okay.
I do think these programs are important. I think the, discussion we had last week about, these are utilities, and the vehicles are changing, so I'm in the same spot. I'll join you.
Thank you. Issue 35 asks if the applicant should be required to work with interested stakeholders to develop a new electric vehicle rate for public-facing charging and to seek approval of such a rate in its next general rate case. Here, I wasn't compelled by the information in the record that there was a need for this, which would put me at alternative 2, do not require the applicant to develop a new EV rate.
I was in the same spot, alt 2.
And I'm at alternative 1 like I was for MG&E. I do think this would be helpful, so I'll dissent on that.
Issue 36 asks if increasing the competitive response rider CR1 program capacity limit to 200 megawatts is reasonable. I am generally supportive of the expansion of this program, but I don't feel that going all the way up to 400 megawatts is appropriate right now. I think we need a very hands-on approach with respect to monitoring growth in this program. I think as load continues to develop under CR1, I believe that we need to establish how that load may or may not necessitate system upgrades and what those expansion costs may be. So I'm really glad that this has been successful, but I think that alternative 1, approving the proposed program capacity limit of 200 megawatts is a reasonable approach where we are right now.
I agree. I'm also at alt 1.
Yeah, I'm in the same spot. I had written down, and you brought up the same points I was thinking is sort of, at the beginning of the testimony, Ms. Oshman says this is a utility with a peak load of 1,360 megawatts. And so we're going from 50 to 200 and they want to go to 400. So we're starting to get to be sizable components of the NSPW system. I was wondering, should we have an analysis of kind of what is that tipping point where you may have to build upgrades? Or how are they thinking about that, and how will they propose to include that in rates? I was sort of thinking maybe we should get ahead of that now and actually ask them to
Provide that?
provide that analysis.
Yeah,
Or
I
at
mean,
least be ready if they want to
they
raise it
want-
to 400.
Yes, I think
Those are my thoughts that I think they would want to address.
Yeah, I
So-
agree. I think that we should continue to analyze it, and that we need to ensure that those costs are allocated to CR1 customers rather than being socialized. So I think if there is a proposed expansion in the next rate case, that it would be appropriate to ask for that information. I mean, we
Sounds
can
good.
include
I
that in the
think
note
that's
if you
right.
guys are okay with that, but
I think that's fine for
Yeah.
me, for my purposes.
That's-
if they're
TE
seeking
or
an
a rate case.
expansion, yep,
Yeah.
Yep.
okay,
We don't need anything,
yep,
a
now.
specific order point now.
Yep, exactly.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Issue 36A asks if allowing existing customers to exceed the established capacity limit in CR1 is reasonable. Again, I think it's really positive that these economic development-based tariffs are, continuing to have demand for the programs. I think this, goes back to everything that we just talked about. I'm leaning towards requiring the applicant to file the TE docket to accommodate the low growth, but I could be convinced on 1 as well. So I'm interested to hear kind of where you guys are on this one.
So for this one, I was going to require a separate TE docket to exceed it, because I think if we have a cap, then it's a cap.
It's a cap, a cap's a cap.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
I can definitely stay at alternative 2 with you.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's where I was as well. I
Right.
think that that's just the way we handle these
Right.
typically, and I think that would be the way I'd like to handle it, so.
Great, thank you. 36B deals with reporting requirements for CR1 and what would be reasonable. I do think that continued analysis is needed here, as we've said, and so I do support setting annual reporting requirements consistent with discussion. And I think that the ones that the staff outlined in the issue scope regarding the number of applicants, approved applicants, denied applicants, load information, et cetera, is appropriate. And I do understand the sensitivity of this information and that a lot of that would need to be filed confidentially. So that puts me at alternative 1 with the requirements proposed by staff in the issue scope.
I'm in the same spot.
Thank you.
Yep, I can join you there. The one addition that I had was exactly what we just discussed before. When they do that report, do they want to give us some kind of capacity availability or expansion plan report out as part of that report? I would say that might be good to just get them thinking about that. So I don't know if either of you would join something like that, but if not, I'll join you guys at where it's at. So.
Yeah, I would not include it as part of this
Yep.
rate. I would couch it firmly in terms of if and when you decide that you're going to expand it again.
Got it.
Then we need
Perfect.
to have that
I agree.
analysis.
Okay.
Thank you. Issue 37 asks if the applicant should be directed to work with WIG and other interested parties on revisions to the real-time pricing tariff. I actually think this is a very reasonable request, and I really appreciate Witness York and WIG's engagement and work on this issue. So I was at alternative 1 to require them to work with RTP customers to modify it and to nominate contract demands seasonally.
Yep, I was as well, alternative 1.
I was as well. No, again, good collaboration between WIG and the parties and the applicant, so appreciated.
Thank you. Issue 38 asks if we should approve any remaining uncontested electric tariff modifications or conditions not identified in separate issues. So the applicant did propose modifications to other tariffs that weren't opposed by any of the interested parties, and they're included in our issue scope. So I was comfortable with alternative 1 here.
I was as well.
I was as well.
Thank you. We are now moving into gas rate issues. So issue 39 asks what the appropriate natural gas cost of service study is. Consistent with prior natural gas cases and previous votes taken on cost of service studies, I am at alternative 2. I'm not inclined to adopt a specific model, and I think we can continue to rely on multiple models for revenue allocation and rate design.
I am as well, alt 2.
Alt 2.
Thank you. Issue 40 asks, what is the appropriate natural gas revenue allocation under the staff audited revenue requirement? Here, I'm at alternative 1 to accept the applicant's allocation and the applicant's rate design. I do feel that when we compare these proposed allocations, the applicant's does strike a reasonable balance with respect to cost allocation. The only other thing I would add here is that while it's not specifically called out in this issue item or alternatives, I would add that on rate design, I would move to approve the rate design as proposed by the applicant as well. I think it's reasonable, and since it's not called out, I think it's important to include it here. So just to be clear, I think we're at a modified alternative 1 to approve the initial revenue allocation and rate design proposed by the applicant, adjusted for the final revenue requirement.
I'm in the same spot.
Give me 1 sec. Thanks.
And that was Witness Dahl, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I can join you at alternative 1 for the revenue allocation, and then it was Witness Dahl, I think Exhibit 4? Mm-hmm. Yes, on rate design?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's where I was at.
Great, thank you. So this issue 41 is related to issue 40. It's how should any changes in the final revenue requirement for natural gas service be allocated among the customer classes? I was at alternative 2 to allocate it consistent with the applicant approved allocation from issue 40, which would be using an appropriate method of distribution to the customer classes on revenue, with regards to revenue.
Yeah, I was at alt 2. Revenue.
I'm in the same spot on
Great.
this.
Thank you.
Alt 2.
Issue 42 asks if we should approve any remaining uncontested natural gas tariff modifications or conditions not identified in separate issues. The applicant did propose modifications to other tariffs that were not opposed, which are included here in our issue scope, and I didn't see any problems with these, so I was at alternative 1 here.
I was as well.
Me too.
Thank you. Issue 43 asks, what, if any, additional action is appropriate for us to take based upon the evidence in the record when considering establishing just and reasonable rates and services? Here, numerous witnesses did discuss energy burden and affordability and advocated that the commission take additional actions that weren't covered elsewhere in this specific decision matrix. And I do think the applicant made some statements here, generally supporting calls for additional data related to the energy burden and the role that they can play in helping pursue some of these IRA programs. But I wasn't compelled to make any specific directives on any of the items listed here. And we don't have alternatives specifically. So I would be okay with just not doing anything here, but if there are things that you would like to discuss, I'm more than willing to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same spot, and it's largely because they have that pending docket, the 4220 TU 100, the RAP program, and I think that that's an appropriate place to examine and talk about the issues, so I was not inclined to order anything under issue 43.
I'm in the same spot, and I'll just note on the Inflation Reduction Act that this applicant does have now a voluntary program that we've approved to help customers, I think, with energy audits to get down that track and take advantage of that. And then obviously our state energy office will be implementing that. So I think that's going to happen, and we need to do it kind of statewide, as we talked about last week. Yep.
Thank you. Issue 44 asks if the commission should include standard order conditions from the rate case in docket 4220 UR 125 along with standard order conditions. I didn't see any issues with any of these, and I would include the updated standard order conditions from the rate case docket 4220 UR 125 along with the other ones listed above, which puts me at alternative 1.
Same spot, alt 1.
I'm at alt 1 as well, but I do want to talk to staff briefly on 29, that allocation of changes, just to be sure I understood that correctly, the energy idea versus revenue. Take a short break?
Yep.
Okay. Who's our expert on that?
All right, we're back.
Thank you.
Great, yep, wanted to talk issue 29, I'm satisfied with where I am. And then as legal counsel noted, we can have the order come back to us for final review,
See the allocations.
and we can check the allocations at that point, so
Perfect.
as long as
That's
we're fine
perfect.
with that.
Good.
Yeah, thank
So,
you.
good for a motion? Okay. In docket 4220 UR 126, move we approve the application of Northern States Power Company to adjust electric and natural gas rates consistent with our discussion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, before we move to the next case, I would like to take just a little break. Sure. So maybe 10 minutes, and then when we come back, we will go to agenda item 13, which is docket 6680-UR-124, again, which Commissioner Strand has volunteered. Yes, I was going to say that. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're back from our break, and as I indicated before the break, we're going to take up our final item on today's agenda, which is Agenda Item 13, and Commissioner Strand is going to lead the discussion.
Thank you. Before us is the application of Wisconsin Power and Light Company for authority to adjust electric and natural gas rates. WPL is an investor-owned utility engaged in the generation and distribution of electricity to its approximate 495,000 electric retail customers across Wisconsin. On the natural gas front, WPL supports the distribution of natural gas to approximately 200,000 natural gas customers. WPL's initial filing requested a two-step increase in electric rates, an approximate $110.9 million or 8.4% increase for 2024, and an incremental increase of approximately 71 or 5.4% for 2025. Combined, this request represented a proposed increase of $181.8 million over present electric revenues. For the natural gas utility, WPL proposed a single-step increase in overall revenue of approximately $16.5 million or 6.3% effective January 1st, 2024. As stated by the applicant, the primary drivers of its revenue deficiency are as follows: investments related to its electric clean energy blueprint and continued investments in the natural gas system, the expiration of regulatory liability credits, and proposed changes to its capital structure and cost of capital. Other drivers include expenses related to transmission, pension and benefits, and performance compensation. As is standard practice in rate case proceedings, Commission staff performed a comprehensive audit, which often results in proposed adjustments to the filed revenue requirement. In this proceeding, staff proposed a number of audit adjustments that resulted in a recommended increase of $74.3 million or 5.65% for electric rates for 2024 as compared to present revenues, and an overall $135.8 million or 10.29% increase in 2025, again as compared to present revenues. On the natural gas side, staff's recommended audit adjustments resulted in an increase of $13.6 million as compared to present revenues. In addition to Commission staff's involvement, this case benefited from the participation of a number of intervening parties: 350 Wisconsin, Blacks for Political and Social Action of Dane County, the Citizens Utility Board of Wisconsin, Clean Wisconsin, Dane County, Renew Wisconsin, the Sierra Club, Solar Energy Industries Association, Vote Solar, Walmart, the Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group, and Wisconsin Local Government Climate Coalition. Public hearings on this matter were held on September 13th, followed by a party hearing that was held on September 27th. A healthy amount of direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony and accompanying exhibits were filed throughout the proceeding, and a total of 551 public comments were received. I would like to commend the applicant, Commission staff, participating parties, and public commenters for their involvement and interest in this important proceeding. As is identified in the record and demonstrated in the decision matrix, there is a mix of uncontested and contested issues that we will be taking up today. I also want to note that there are two uncontested issues that will need to be discussed, so when we get to those, I'll make sure that that occurs. But before we jump in, I want to give my colleagues the opportunity to make opening comments that they may have.
I do not have anything to say about this one.
Thank you.
I want to take a moment, just as you did, but thank the parties. As I mentioned last week, this particular season, 3 full rate cases and 2 reopeners, and a number of the parties were involved in multiple of those overlapping deadlines, et cetera. So just really a recognition of the effort of witnesses, attorneys, et cetera, and also the public. Want to thank them for the numerous public comments, a lot on net metering, but a lot on affordability, and really thank them for taking the time to express their feelings on the case to us. It helps build the record from my perspective so that we can make the best decision. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Our first batch of issues are revenue requirement issues. Issue number 1 asks a reasonable electric sales forecast for the 24 and 25 test years. Here, staff's proposed forecast adjustment is driven mostly by the residential classes historical customer count growth rate. And I found this to be a reasonable adjustment, which puts me at alternative one, to accept the staff's estimate for the 24 and 25 electric sales forecast.
I'm at the same spot, Alt 1.
Alt 1 for me, too.
Thank you. Issue 2 is again one of those issues where I think it's important for us to be consistent across utilities where appropriate. This is regarding the accounting treatment for the COVID-19 regulatory asset. Again, we're really trying to protect the customers and the utilities due to the significant unknowns at the time. So I am at alternative 1 to authorize the applicant to amortize the regulatory asset over 2 years.
I am as well. Alternative 1.
Yep, and I'll just note that this actually, we did take this up in the prior case. This was maybe the first one that came through, and so this is really just a true-up, and I'm at the same spot, Alt 1.
Thank you. Issue 3 asks if escrow accounting treatment for credit card convenience fees should be discontinued. Here, the applicant proposes to discontinue this mechanism because the program has been in place, the revenues or costs have stabilized, and the variability is immaterial in comparison to their other escrow mechanisms. Our staff has suggested that if we authorize the request to discontinue it, that we should require the applicant to undertake a true-up. And because of the fact that the true-up is suggested it included in alternative 1, I am at alternative 1 on this one.
I am as well. Alternative 1.
Thank you.
Okay. I was at Alt 3 on this one and the next one, just to keep it in place.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Yep.
Issue 4 similarly asks if escrow accounting treatment for late payment fees should be discontinued. Again, our staff suggested that if we are going to authorize this request, that we should require the applicant to undertake a final true-up. And again, because that is included in alternative 1, I am there as well.
I am as well.
Thank you.
Yep, and I'm at Alt 3 on this one too. Thanks.
Thank you. Issue 5 asks if the previously authorized solar project revenue requirement deferral be discontinued. Here, the applicant proposes to discontinue the project revenue deferral because they expect the projects to be completed in 2023 or early 2024. There was no opposition to this, and the staff true-up is included in alternative 1 as well, so I am again at alternative 1 on this one.
I am as well.
And I'm at alternative 1 on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Issue 6 asks about deferring impacts of IIJA and IRA, and whether if that deferral is approved, whether it should include carrying costs. Again, I think we've been consistent in our positions on this across utilities, and I would be at alternative 1 with carrying costs.
At short-term debt.
Short-term debt, yes, thank you.
I'm in the same spot.
Yep, I'm in the same spot based on when the dollars are actually received, as we talked about before. Great.
Thank you. Issue 7 asks about the appropriate accounting treatment for production tax credits associated with existing wind generation. The applicant is requesting escrow accounting treatment for PTCs and ITCs created or modified as part of the IRA. I don't have a super strong position on this, but I do think that the unknown in costs here are probably reasonable costs of doing business, and also there's a chance that this risk could be transferred to ratepayers, and I'm not overly comfortable with that. So I'm at alternative 2 to not authorize escrow accounting treatment, but I'm kind of curious to hear what you guys have to say about this.
I'm in the same exact spot because it's related to existing wind facilities. And so I was at Alt 2. I would not authorize escrow accounting.
Yep.
I'm at Alt 2.
Great, thank you. Issue 8 is one that we have taken up before in our earlier decisions. This is asked about what percentage of industry association dues should be included in the revenue requirement. We had some good discussion on the record about this, as we did in the other cases. But I am at alternative 1 to be consistent with our prior decision. I agree that there should be an adjustment to the recoverability of these, and I'm comfortable with the 50% suggestion.
I am as well. Alt 1.
Yep, I'm at Alt 1. The only thing I would note is that my understanding is that AGA was not included here, so I would just strike the and AGA from this, because EEI and WUA were the only two listed in the record.
Yep, I remember that too. Good catch, thank you.
Okay.
Issue 8A is related and asks if we should require staff to conduct a review of the adjustment procedures for these dues. Here we did have an identical decision point in prior proceeding. Instead of ordering a formal review, we directed the applicant to provide specific data in its initial request in its next rate case, demonstrating specific customer benefits associated with the payment of association dues for which it intends to seek recovery in that proceeding. I feel that that is a reasonable approach on this, and that would put me at an alternative 3, and I would just use the same order point that we did in MG&E. And
I'm in the same spot.
thank you.
I'm in the same spot.
Great, thank you. Issue 9 asks about the appropriate O&M expense adjustment for the forward wind farm. Here, our staff adjusted the electric O&M for maintenance expenses, and the applicant disagreed with that proposed adjustment and identified that it had relied upon annual budgets prepared by the operator, a different utility in this case, and the majority of the O&M budget at the forward wind farm are fixed based upon the service contracts that are included in that with annual escalation. Here, I do appreciate the method that our staff used to develop the adjustment, but I was persuaded by the rebuttal testimony and the analysis provided by the applicant that the budget comes from Pub Service as the operator, and so Alliance or WP&L is tied to that. So that would put me in an alternative 2 to not accept the commission staff's O&M adjustment for the forward wind farm.
I am for the exact same reasons you stated. I'm in the same spot.
So you're at alt 2?
Alt
Yes.
2,
Okay,
yep.
I'll join you there.
Issue 10 is very similar. It's asking about the appropriate O&M expense adjustment for the Kossuth wind farm. I didn't find the staff's approach to be unreasonable, but I was again persuaded by rebuttal testimony analysis provided, especially given a parts warranty that expired in 2022 and some unplanned maintenance that occurred. So taking that in consideration, I am at alternative 2 on this one as well, which would be to not accept the commission staff's adjustment here.
I am as well. Alternative 2.
Thank you.
I'll join you.
Thank you. Issue 11 relates to incentive compensation, which we did discuss earlier today, but there are some important distinctions that I think we should draw here. So as we've discussed, commission staff practice is to exclude incentive plans from the revenue requirement when such plans are dependent on financial results. Here, we actually were able to, we did receive some granular information that helped break down the various components of this incentive pay, and they're kind of, I will group them into 2 buckets. There were some financial metrics and there's some operational metrics. So I think it's possible that that the argument could be made that some of those operational metrics do provide a benefit to utility customers, which may make it appropriate to recover. But there is also a significant financial component to these metrics, the 70%. So we do have a couple options here, whether to completely disallow or to just allow for a portion of recovery. And again, if we did that, I would say it would only be related to the operationally related metrics to stay consistent with our practice. But I'm curious to hear what you guys think about this, since it is different from the ones we've looked at.
I think, so I came in at alt 3 where I would disallow all of it. I'm not convinced that the operational portion does provide direct benefit to customers, and I just think in an era of upward pressure on rates that we have to do as much as we can to trim these rate requests, and for me, this was an excellent opportunity to do so, because I don't think that the record evidence demonstrates that the operational portion of this STIP benefits customers. So I'm at alt 3.
I can join you there. Thank you.
Yep, I'm in the
Mr.
same
Huebner?
spot for the same reasons as you said, Chair. So yeah, I'm at alt 3.
Great, alt 3, thank you. So that would make our 11A moot because we did not approve the recovery. Which moves us to 11B. This is an issue that we have seen recently as well. I am at alternative 2 here. I think it's that we can require the applicant to provide this information when rate recovery is sought, and that would be consistent with our past decisions as well.
Agreed. Alt 2.
Thank you.
Alt 2.
Issue 12 asks what an appropriate wage percentage increase for non-represented employees would be. I am at alternative 1 on this one. I think we should hold the 24 and 25 wage increase to the inflation rate of 2.5% and 2.2%. Here, the inflation rate is appropriate, and it can go both ways. So I think, I don't think it's necessary to make an adjustment from that, and I would stick it to alternative 1 here.
Yep. Agreed. Alt 1.
I'm at alt 1 as well.
Thank you. Issue 13 asks about the appropriate regular full-time equivalency rate. I didn't see any issues with staff's FTE adjustment, so I'm going to stay at alternative 1 here. I just think there's a lack of support of analysis to support some of the assertions that are being made, and I think our approach is consistent when we do these FTE reviews. So I would stay at alternative 1.
Yep. I agree. This one's a hot button for me, and I think that we should be using actual levels, not what applicants anticipate the labor pool to be or not to be. And so I think that this adjustment is entirely appropriate, so I'm at alt 1.
I'm at alt 1 as well.
Thank you. Issue 14 asks what a reasonable adjustment to electric and natural gas utility plants and service and QUIP. I am comfortable supporting the staff's approach here, which uses budget to actual percentages, and I would move alternative 1.
I am as well, for the same reason, alt 1.
Yep, I'm at alternative 1 as well.
Thank you. Issue 15 asks if the impacts of the West Riverside Option 2 sale be included in the revenue requirement in this proceeding. Here, our staff did remove the impacts associated with this because the commission has not decided on this. Again, I think it would be premature to authorize this prior to a commission decision, which would put me at alternative 2 to not include the impacts.
Agreed, alt 2.
Agreed.
Thank you. I believe that means that we do not need to weigh in on 15A since we are not including it here. It would be premature. They can ask for deferral in a different docket pending the decision on the actual matter with
Yep.
regards to the sale of West Riverside too.
Yeah, so I think it's
We're at
alt
alt
3.
All 3, okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Do not authorize it. Thank you. 16 is slightly different because the commission has rendered a decision in this case. So I would include the impacts of the Edgewater Best because that has occurred. So I'm at alternative 1 for this one.
I would as well, alt 1.
Alt 1 for me too.
Thank you. 16A is moot because we did.
Yep.
17, should the impact of the Sheboygan Falls Energy Facility and Natural Gas Turbine Project be included in the revenue requirement? I think it's premature because the commission has not yet granted approval of this, so I'd be at alternative 2.
I am as well, alt 2.
Thank
Yep,
you.
alternative 2 for me too.
For 17A, that means I'm at alternative 3 to not authorize the deferral with carrying costs. Again, it doesn't preclude them from seeking this at a later date, but it's premature right now.
Agreed.
Agree.
Thank you. We have some common themes going here. Issue 18, should the impact of the Neenah Energy Facility be included in the revenue requirement? Again, the commission has not granted approval regarding this project, and therefore I'm at alternative 2 to not include the impact in this proceeding.
I am as well, alt
Thank
2.
you.
Alternative 2.
Thank you, which means we're also at alternative 3 for issue 18A.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Issue 19 asks if the commission should allow for the continued deferral accounting treatment for the retirement of the Edgewater Unit 5. Here, we did have a change in the retirement timeline, which led me to the point that I think it's reasonable to continue this deferral for Edgewater 5. So I was at alternative 1 on this one.
I agree for the same reasons, alt 1.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm at alternative 1 on this as well, so it would kind of, yep, be in service through June 2025, but defer anything after that decision. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Issue 20 asks if the commission should allow for a continued deferral accounting treatment for the retirement of Columbia Units 1 and 2. Similar to issue 19, and given the potential for the changes to the planned timing of 1 and 2, I do think, again, the deferral is reasonable here, so I would be at alternative 1.
I agree, I'm also at alt 1.
Yep, I am as well.
Thank you. Issues 21 and 21A have to do with accounting treatment for capacity purchase costs and the Sheboygan Falls lease. The applicant is seeking escrow treatment for the capacity purchase costs. Here, the commission decision hasn't been issued in 6680 CE 186, so I feel that this request is premature. Again, they can request a deferral or escrow accounting and treatment in that docket, so I'd be alternative 3 for this one, I believe.
2.
2, sorry. No, sorry.
Any of it,
I don't know what's going on with these. Okay.
right?
So escrow treatment for capacity purchase cost is 21, and then 21A is the accounting treatment for Sheboygan Falls. Our staff proposed that they thought deferral treatment would be more appropriate than escrow treatment for the expenses outside the utilities control. So I don't think it's reasonable to authorize deferral or escrow at this time due to the prematurity. I'm sorry for that
Got it.
confusion. So I'm at alternative 3, do not authorize deferral or escrow, but if and when a decision is rendered, then it may be appropriate to seek some sort of treatment at that time.
Yep.
Alternative 3, sorry for the confusion.
Nope, I'm in the same spot.
Thank you.
Okay. I might have to come back to that one.
Okay. And put a little marker on it.
Yep.
So we don't forget.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, moving on to 21B, this is asking about an appropriate accounting treatment for co-op capacity credit costs. Here again, our commission staff did propose deferral treatment rather than escrow treatment for expenses outside the utilities control. And I do think that these costs are contingent upon decisions to be made by the commission, which again, have not been made yet. So I think it's premature to authorize deferral or escrow, which would put me at an alternative 3, that it's not reasonable to authorize either of those at this time.
I can join you there. I was going to sort of preemptively allow deferral, and I would go deferral rather than escrow. So you're just suggesting that if and when this occurs, that they come in and file the request?
Exactly.
Okay, I can join you there.
I'm going to come back to that one as
Okay,
well.
great. Thank you. (21E) asks about accounting and treatment for MISO and bilateral capacity purchase costs. Here, my understanding of the record was that it wasn't firmly established that the capacity purchases will even happen. With that in mind, I do think that, again, this request is premature, and the applicant can ask for a deferral related to these costs at a later date. So I was at alternative 4
Yep.
on this one.
Yep, agreed, for the same reason. And I think that this came up in the last case.
It did.
I think it did,
So
yeah.
consistent with that, I'm also at alt 4.
Yep, and I'm going to join you. So I was at a different spot for MG&E, but I appreciated your commentary, Chair Bach, on the last one. So I'm at alternative 4 for this case. I also thought our staff, Andrew Field, put in some really good explanation for that position in the record. So I'm at alt 4 for this at this time,
Okay.
as it says in the decision, so.
Thank you. Issue 22 asks if the commission should allow for deferral accounting treatment for changes to a wholesale power supply contract. I agree that a deferral is appropriate here, and I would be at alternative 1 on this one.
I am as well.
I am as well.
Thank you. Issue 23, I struggled with this one a little bit. This asks if the commission should accept underground locating costs in the rate proceeding, and if the impact should be incorporated in the revenue requirement, or if we should authorize escrow accounting and disallow the costs at this time. So we have a couple options here. And one of the issues that I'm struggling with is that the request came in at a later stage of the proceeding, which didn't really allow for a review of the updated cost proposal. It came in at a lower amount and then changed to a higher amount. I'm leaning towards not, but I do think underground locating is important, and it's a safety issue again. So I'm kind of curious to hear where you guys are on this one.
I'm at alt 3.
Okay.
I wouldn't allow it. It was late filed, and again, this is a sophisticated company, and they have the ability to negotiate contracts with the cable locating services. It's a cost of doing business, and it was filed too late, so I would not accept any of it. I'm at alt 3.
I'm at alt 3 for the same reasons the chair stated.
Yep, I can join you there. Thank you. Issue 24 asks if the commission should remove some or all of the costs of the applicant's proposed e-readiness program from the revenue requirement. So the applicant did include $1 million in O&M expenses in the 24 and 25 test years. but the applicant has not provided any specific details on its proposed program and has not indicated that the program is providing a specific service to customers. So I am at alternative 1, that we remove all of the costs of the applicant's proposed program from the revenue requirement for both the 24 and 25 test years. There just isn't enough in the record to support the inclusion of these.
Right, and more importantly, I'm at the same spot. They've not indicated that the program is providing anything to customers. So if we authorize dollars to be spent on a specific program and then they're not used for that specific program, those dollars don't just get to go into the general fund, so to speak. They're earmarked for a certain program. And so because of that, I would remove all of those costs. I'm at Alt 1.
I'm in the same spot, remove all the costs.
Thank you. Issue 25 asks if the commission should consider the reasonableness of returning funds already collected under the e-charge and smart charge e-perks programs. So in 6680 UR 123, the commission approved these programs, but they were later canceled by the applicant. Because the applicant did not go forward with the program, I believe they should give the money back, which would put me at alternative 1, require them to return the unspent funds.
Yep, agree 100%, and this in no way, shape, or form constitutes retroactive rate making. I'm at Alt 1.
Yeah, I'm on Alt 1 too, and to me, when I read through this, it's kind of disappointing because this was one of the, Commissioner Nowak dissented on the case. One of the reasons she cited was the programs, right? And then they weren't even run. So I think that's really unfortunate, and I would agree.
Thank you.
On alternative 1.
Issue 26 is miraculously uncontested, as is 27 and 28, which brings us to issue 29.
Ones, right?
29 asks about the appropriate 2024 conservation budget. Here, the applicant proposed a conservation budget of approximately $21 million, with $16 million allocated to electric operations and $4 million allocated to natural gas operations. Our staff did recommend removing 3 budget items that totaled approximately $1.6 million from the proposed budget. They related to public benefits, pension and benefit reduction from loaded labor. I actually was compelled by Mr. Dorn's rebuttal testimony here that it would be reasonable to keep the budget item for pensions and benefits reduction from loaded labor in the CSC category to avoid the double recovery, which would put me at alternative 2 here, which would approve the proposed conservation budget with our staff's proposed adjustments, that the exception of allowing the applicant to keep the pensions and benefits reduction from loaded labor line item in the conservation budget. Sorry, there's a lot going on here. So I'm at alternative 2.
I am as well.
I think it was a good catch.
I agree.
Yeah, this reduces the revenue requirement slightly. I'm at alternative 2 as well.
Okay, thank you. Issue 30 is also uncontested, which brings us to the appropriate conservation budget for 2025 in issue 31. To me, this is identical to issue 29, so I would be at alternative 2 on this one as well.
Agreed.
Same.
Thank you. Issue 32, while uncontested, does need to be discussed today. Here, we are asked if other audit adjustments made to the applicant's filed electric and natural gas revenue requirements should be included in the final revenue requirement approved in this proceeding. There is an issue that I would like to raise that commission staff brought to our attention that will require some discussion from us today. This issue is addressed in the record and relates to the potential revenue requirement impacts associated with 12 solar projects that were previously approved by the commission in dockets 6680 CE 182 and 6680 CE 183. So these 2 dockets do predate my time here, and I believe that therefore it's more appropriate for me to turn this discussion over to my colleagues so they have an opportunity to discuss the issues and offer their positions on how we should address them in this proceeding.
Okay, I'll take an initial swing at this one. So when we approved a series of 12 different projects, we affectionately refer to them as the solar 2x6. And so in 2 different tranches, we looked at ways that this applicant wanted to implement their clean energy blueprint. And that was by a combination of retiring some facilities and building new facilities. in the course of approving these specific solar facilities, we agreed to estimated cost for the projects. And I believe this was the first time I used the analogy of setting a food diary where you have to keep track of your calories, and that if you write it down, it keeps you honest to what you're ingesting. And I made the analogy that this is what we need to do when we are talking about multi-billion-dollar generation expansion planning. That one of the tools we have available to us is to look at the evidence on the record, specifically the estimated cost of these projects, and then use that estimated cost and sort of instill a cap, right? And we did that in this case, and we did it in the number of cases that followed because we, at least Commissioner Huebner and I, agreed that it's important to put everybody on notice that this is the evidence you brought forward to us. This is how much you said it was going to cost, which also correlates to the impact on customers eventually. And because of that, we said, if there are cost overruns, we have to be notified. And we have to be notified as soon as practicable. Stopping short of saying that anything above your estimated cost is going to be automatically dismissed or automatically not approved. All we said was, you have to let us know when these cost estimates are exceeded. In this particular case, there was also a change because of the tax equity partnerships. So originally, they came to us and said, we found out this really great financing tool. We're going to actually partner with tax equity investors, and that is going to lead to decreased costs for us. Well, that switched because of the new federal laws that recently went into place. So those tax equity partnerships went away, which had the impact of actually increasing those cost estimates because now their that tax appetite had gone away. But as we saw in the record, there is still a not immaterial amount of cost overruns associated with all of these projects. Now, all of the costs were included in the revenue requirement, but my position is that I put that cap, and I'm using cap in quotes because it's not a hard cap, but I put that provision in place for all of the underlying CAs and CPCNs so that we would have an opportunity to review the prudency and the reasonableness of those costs that go above the estimates. It's also important to note that if utilities are blowing past their cost estimates and what was used in the modeling to justify the issuance of the underlying construction permit, at some point there's going to be an inflection point where perhaps the model won't pick it. So if we go too far above what's used in the modeling, then we are getting dangerously close to changing the results of the model and changing the results of a cost-effective determination. So because of that, I think that all of the amounts above the cost estimates that were used in the underlying docket should be pulled out, and we should review them at a different point in time. I'm not ready to go through them here today. If the company wants to try to recover those costs that go above what they told us the costs were going to be, then they can file for a deferral request. If they want us to address the first tranche of projects sooner, they can certainly file to do that. But I would propose that we remove all costs above the cost estimates and address any overruns upon completion of all the projects. And my understanding is that that perfectly aligns with accounting principles. So that would be my suggestion.
And you would kind of accept, you kind of mentioned how the the cost changed from the tax equity to the full utility ownership. And I think the question for revenue, one of the first questions for revenue requirement is, do we go up to that kind of full number? And I think the numbers, they're
That
not
number is-
confidential,
Yeah.
right?
Correct. Those were, the commission's order kind of had
Yeah.
two numbers in it. It had what we thought it would be.
Yeah.
And that's where they effectively, we set the cap in the order at
Yeah.
that lower number.
Right.
But recognized, we also had the reporting condition, as you note, Chair, to what we understood the construction cost estimates to be. So
Yep.
I think it's 686 if I'm.
So the numbers
remembering.
from the record are 862 million
and
for the
660.
first tranche, and then the 660 million for the second
Yep.
tranche. Yep.
Which are not insignificant changes from the originally filed applications, right? Like,
Correct.
And I understand why. It's
Yep.
because that the tax equity partners went away. However,
Yep. So you would allow revenue requirement up to those?
yes.
And then set aside anything above that?
Yes.
And that's the way I was looking at the issue too.
Yep.
And then we will look at the prudency of the above and what to do with that later.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I guess it's a new Alt 1. Right?
yeah.
Or,
There just really wasn't a good place to put this, so it can kind of, this issue wasn't, it was erroneously included in the revenue requirement. It was contested, but staff's number didn't. So I think this issue 32 could remain all of the uncontested, and then we can just create a new alternative as it relates to the solar projects. That would be include in revenue requirement, the impacts up to the authorized construction cost estimates in dockets 6680, CE 182, and CE 183.
I
Okay.
support that.
I do too.
I support that as well. I really appreciate you both talking through it, since I wasn't here when those things
Yeah.
were decided. And I think the rationale presented makes perfect sense. So I will join you there. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we are at the end of,
Well, are we gonna do?
oh, fuel, I'm
Fuel.
sorry.
Yep.
Yep.
I got too
Yeah.
excited too soon.
Whenever Cindy's ready.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So that takes us to the fuel issues section of our decision matrix. Issue 33 is uncontested. Issue 34 asks if the commission should accept the staff proposed adjustment to the West Riverside outage rate. This was a close call for me, but I think I'm at alternative one here, that it is reasonable to accept the staff's proposed adjustments to use the outage rate from the CPCN for West Riverside here.
Yeah, so this one was a tough one for me as well, but I actually landed in Alt 1, and that's consistent with positions I've taken in the past. I do think that the rate that we use should approximate what's actually happening as close as possible. It should be as precise as possible. I also found the company's testimony and explanation related to the impact that this could have on a fuel surcharge in the future to be compelling. And so because of that, I'm at Alt 2, which is accepting the applicant's proposed outage rate.
And I'm at alternative 1. I would accept the staff's proposed adjustment for the plant. And, yeah, essentially, I mean, the way I look at the fuel cost plans is we want to set a reasonable budget, but we also want to set a budget that they're going to work really hard to stay within. So I'm at alt 1.
Okay.
I'll stay at one on this one too, Cindy. Okay, moving to 35, it asks if the commission should accept the staff's proposed adjustments to remove the dispatch adders from the Riverside and West Riverside units. So the applicant's filed fuel cost plan did include the dispatch adders applied to its gas units to limit the generation of those units in the model. Commission staff did have some concerns regarding an outlier year. I think alternative one is reasonable, to remove the dispatch adders from the modeling of the Riverside and West Riverside units.
I was at the same spot, alt one.
I am too, thanks.
Thank you. Issue 36 asks if the commission should accept staff's proposed adjustment to remove the impact of the proposed sale of partial ownership in West Riverside from the applicant's monitored fuel costs. So commission staff did propose to remove this from the monitored fuel costs because it has not been approved by the commission staff at this time. So I think we're back to our theme of being premature to include the impact prior to us making a determination, which would put me at alternative 2.
Agreed, alt two.
Same spot.
Thank you. Issue 37 is uncontested, as is 38.
Well, 37, I did have.
Oh, sorry, yes,
I
thank you.
Flagged it, no problem.
Thank you.
Yep, so this is uncontested. It is related to, should the commission include the impact of additional adjustments to coal conservation dispatch adders. And in our final, this is a public document, exhibit PSC Field 2, it has the adjustment of about $12 million related to the updated Columbia Coal dispatch adder. And this is just something I've been in the past consistent on, is I would not accept this. I would not have this 12 million increase for the same reason I just said. I want to incentivize the plants and the applicant to do everything they can with the railroads. I know there's been improvement, but I would like to set a lower fuel cost and continue to incentivize them to get the fuel to the plant. So I just would not accept this. It is specifically related to Columbia, yes.
Thank you.
Did either of you have thoughts on that, or are you at the uncontested position?
Uncontested.
Okay.
Issue 38 and 39 are also uncontested, which brings us to finance issues. Issue 40 is the first one.
And I think,
Should we take a break?
are we gonna keep going?
Keep going?
Okay.
Okay, great.
Because that'll impact.
Got it. Perfect.
Potentially impact revenue requirement.
Okay.
Okay. 40A is uncontested and relates to the calculated imputed debt for off-balance sheet obligations. So that one's uncontested. I think we should talk about 40B and 40C if that's okay with you. Well, 40C is also uncontested, and then I'll make some general comments about finance before we get into those specific items. As I said, 40A is uncontested. 40B relates to the interest rate for the applicant's 24-25 short-term borrowing. Here, the applicant did file a forecasted short-term debt cost rate of 4.2 initially for 2024 and 3.7 for 2025. They did offer a revised forecast result later in our proceeding. I understand the applicant's desire for the updated rates, but I'm not convinced that it's reasonable or appropriate to update those at that later stage in the process. So I support using the numbers as filed initially, which would put me at alternative 1 here.
I agree.
I'm in the same spot.
Thank you. And issue 40C, like I said, is also uncontested. It relates to the long-term borrowing. Sorry, 40C, excuse me.
Uncontested.
40C uncontested, yep.
I'm in the same.
Okay, so in general, I just want to talk a little bit about finance, and then we can get into this. Here, I did take a similar approach to the financial issues as I described in the prior rate case today. I think it's important to consider overall the capital structure, the return on equity, and the earnings sharing, and the potential of an earnings sharing mechanism. To me, those things are kind of inextricably linked when we're making these important decisions. I did find that the data and information in the record was quite robust on these issues, and I do commend the applicant, staff, and the parties for their work on these issues, because it gave us a lot to think about here. The first item that we'll look at, the first substantive item that we're going to look at right now is 40D, which asks about the appropriate common equity ratio target for the applicant's financial capital structure. So the applicant did file the financial capital structure with a common equity ratio of 55%, which represents an increase of 250 basis points. They were at 52.5 prior to this request, which was set in 6680 UR 123. So the new capital structure at 55%, which that the applicant proposed, was utilized for the staff's audit work in this docket. So that's important to note that we're working off of numbers with the 55% layer. And the record did reflect that there are differences in opinion as to what a reasonable capital structure would look like. Witness Mychak Had a lot of information here, especially as it relates to the evaluation of cash flows in relation to debt levels. And, offered the proposed equity layer of 55% cited as a safeguard against a credit downgrade. So there's a lot of discussion here about some concerns on that front. And again, this was a tough call for me, but I think there's a way to strike a reasonable balance, with ROE and earnings sharing mechanism also kind of being part of that discussion. So I do want to say before we kind of weigh in on this specific item that I will be supporting adjustments to the ROE and putting an earnings share mechanism in place for 24 and 25, especially in light of the proposed equity layer here and in pursuit of an appropriate balance. So I'm happy to go through and discuss my positions on those two things, or if you guys would like to weigh in on capital structure first, I'm happy to do that. We can kind of proceed how you guys want, but I do think they're all tied together, and
Yeah.
it should make for an interesting discussion.
I think it'd be great if you can go forward.
Yes,
And talk about ROE and potential for
absolutely.
ESM.
So regarding return on equity, no, I'm going to say all three of them at the same time. Thank you. So regarding return on equity, I think one of the things that we're balancing here is keeping the applicant in a good financial position, but also making sure that the utility and the customers that it serves are also protected and not overburdened by some of these decisions. I think that the record does demonstrate that there is some room for movement on the ROE here. And I'll get back to that one in 1 second. And then for the earnings sharing mechanism in issue 43, the applicant doesn't currently have one in place for 24 and 25. And this one, if we did put one in place, it would require them to refund a portion of any ROE earned over their authorized ROE to, there's a share. So it's what, 15 or 25, and then 25 to 75, and then 75 and above. I am definitely supportive of approving an ESM for the utility because I think it is an essential component to ensure that customers have a seat at the table when it comes to sharing earnings over and above the authorized ROE. I think we had a really good discussion here again, and I think we have a couple options, whether we're at alternative 2 or alternative 3 regarding kind of those tranches of sharing. So overall, totally bearing the lead. I would be comfortable setting the capital structure at either 52.5 or 55. I think if we do go to 55, I would support putting the ROE at a 9.7 to take that capital structure into account. And again, I do support authorizing an earnings sharing mechanism. I like the CUB alternative 3 the best, but I could also be persuaded with alternative 2. There's not a huge difference. It's just kind of those 10 additional basis points between 15 and 25 in the first tranche parameter. So if you guys want me to restate it, I can. Otherwise, we can go through those 3 components. And then for Cindy's purposes, I'll walk through each issue when we need to weigh in on things.
So you'd be comfortable with 55% equity
If
at a
we're-
9.7
Correct.
ROE?
Yep.
And an earnings sharing?
Yes.
Okay. And does that then kind of change if the equity layer goes down?
Yes.
That would impact your
I
ROE?
think potentially. We would talk about it.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it could.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so here's where I am. First of all, I was really disappointed that this particular applicant just sort of was whistling past the graveyard as it related to the ESM, specifically as it relates to Edge 5. So there's a lot of conversation further in the record about Edge 5 and what to do with it, and I thought we were really clear and really explicit that we wanted to examine alternative ways to recover the undepreciated book value of that particular asset. And as part of the last settlement, they actually agreed to use the earnings sharing mechanism as a way to pay down the cost of that facility. And it was talked about in terms of if you came into a big bucket of dollars, would you rather prepay your mortgage to bring down the principal balance faster? Or would you rather use that bucket of dollars to sort of minimize your monthly household bills, right? And that, I think, reasonable minds could differ on how they would want to apply those dollars. But I found it disappointing that that didn't come up at all. And then I was sort of wondering why the other parties didn't bring it up either. And so I definitely think that there should be an earnings sharing mechanism put back in place. And my inclination is also to take Cub's proposal in this particular case. Specific to the equity layer, I think 55% is way too high. And my concern is if we authorize an equity layer at 55, we just approved 52.5 for NSP. I wouldn't want to send a signal that that's where we are prepared to go. I think the impact on customers of increasing the equity layer is substantial, and we have to be really careful when we talk about increasing the equity layer. So I was prepared to keep their capital structure at 52.5. I was going to set the ROE at 9.8%, and I was going to require the ESM as Cub put forward. So all three.
Thank you.
Great. I'm in a very similar position to you, Chair. I would not increase the common equity ratio. Just the math that's in this decision matrix makes it extraordinarily clear that that is not in the benefit of customers. And in a case where we're looking at double-digit rate increases for residential customers at least, if not other classes, we really have to balance. We really have to do that job of balancing. So I would agree with you. I would stay at 52.5 for sure on the equity layer. I came in with an ROE at 9.7, same as what I was at the last. I thought, in particular, the range, you know, kind of upper end of staff's range is 9.66, so we get close to that with a 9.7. And then I would also do the earnings sharing mechanism that you both described, I believe, alternative 3, 15, 60, and 75. I mean, I think it's really important to note here, we just had a discussion about adding into the rate base $1.5 billion. And the weighted average cost of capital, you run through we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of additional revenue per year that this utility is going to get. I agree with you. We got to talk about Edge 5 next. Also very disappointed that there wasn't a more fulsome offer from the applicant related to, we're adding $1.5 billion. And what's the purpose of that? Megawatts and megawatt hours. It's for energy.
Yep.
What does Edgewater do? It provides megawatts and megawatt hours. So, I just felt the balance was missing from the applicant's proposal related to these items. So that's where I'm coming in, 52.5, 9.7, and the earnings sharing at alt 3.
So the capital structure issue is 40D, and I can join you both at alternative 1, which would be 52.5% equity for 24 and 25. I appreciate the Edgewater discussion.
Yeah,
Since
we'll
I
get
wasn't
there.
here for that, yes. And Chair Bach's point, I think, is a really strong one about setting expectations at 55 versus 52.5 and kind of having that become the new floor could be something that we want to stay away from. So alternative 1 for 40D, it sounds like we're in agreement there.
Great.
ROE is included in issue 41. I can join Chair Bach at 9.8. So 52.5 we agreed on, and then I can be at 9.8 regarding ROE. I think that's a nice balance that strikes. So thank you both for your comments on that. Issue 42, as Commissioner Hebner mentioned earlier, is uncontested. And then the ESM in issue 43, I believe we are all in agreement at alternative 3, the CUB proposed ESM.
Yes, that's where I am. Well, 3.
Great. I will stay at the 9.7 for ROE, but I think your choice is reasonable. But I would stay at 9.7 for me, and we're through 43.
Yes, thank you guys very much for
Okay,
your discussion
sure.
on that.
Yeah.
That was
It's
great.
good discussion.
Yeah, I'll wait till Cindy's ready, and then we'll get to, okay, great. So 44, thank you both again for teeing this up for me, especially given that I wasn't here. So this asks us about how the undepreciated net book value of Edgewater Unit 5 should be recovered. I think, and thank you, I think you both have a lot to say about this. And, you know, given that there was I think a clear directive in UR 123, I'm curious to hear if you have anything else you would like to add and kind of where you are on this, because I think I could learn from what you know, where you are, in addition to what you already shared about this issue.
I mean, I think it's a sticky issue, and it garners a lot of attention, and it garners a lot of headlines, but sometimes the nuance can get lost. I'm not, and nor have I ever, proposed that investors and utilities not be allowed to be made whole for the investments that they made in these generating facilities. That underpins decades of case law, and nobody needs to give me a lesson on the regulatory compact. I understand it. But we've also never been in the situation that we are in now, where we are faced with a decision to prematurely retire assets that could conceivably continue to be used and useful for the production and transmission of electricity to customers. Because we don't have statutory authority over a utility's decision to retire, these issues come to us after the fact. And then we are asked to very delicately balance the pot of dollars that needs to be recovered for a prudently incurred investment, the dollars that need to be recovered related to new sources of generation that we have deemed to be prudent investments. And at the center of it all, like I said last week, are the customers. Because we've never been through this before, and it's happening across the country, we've had a lot of robust discussion. There's been testimony on the record. There was a settlement reached in another case that the utility agreed to securitize a portion of the undepreciated net book value. It's clear that the state statute, as is currently written, does not allow this commission to require securitization to be used. It is as clear as the day is long. That's the way the statute is written. So all of the noise about require them to securitize, require them to use environmental trust financing, all that time and energy, in my opinion, would be better utilized lobbying for changes to the statute, because we're not within our authority to order securitization. If it comes to us as a proposal, we have an ability to look at it. So that, in my mind, is an important factor to point out, in that we have limited tools available to us, which is why the first time we talked about this in 6680 UR 123, the applicant very clearly has a strong opinion against the utilization of securitization. That came through loud and clear. And they have doubled down on that position. Given that, we asked them to do an analysis of alternatives, understanding that we don't have the authority to order them to securitize. So we said, can you go back to the drawing board, take a look, see how you can come up with a way or ways to really mitigate the impact on customers. Again, understanding that these, at least in my mind, are costs that legally are required to be recovered. What we got back was really nothing. And it was incredibly disappointing. And again, they've changed the retirement date, and then they very casually say, well, just let us continue to use the recovery mechanism that we did the last time around. But what they fail to point out is that that recovery mechanism, as I indicated in the prior discussion, included the use of an ESM to draw down the balance of the plant. It also included a lower ROE. And I find it troubling that that wasn't highlighted and it wasn't discussed more fully in the record. So I'm left in a position where I feel like I don't have a lot of choices in front of me. And when I feel that way, then I just make up my own. So I'm going to propose a new alternative. And that new alternative is going to be that I require this issue to be taken up in the next rate case to get actual and substantial evidence regarding the impacts of a further reduction of the ROE, and also to be able to look at the actual life net book value calculations and whether the applicant proposes additional cost sharing, such as we suggested in testimony using environmental trust financing. And then I would also require the applicant to report back on DOE funding opportunities applied in order to mitigate costs. So because this unit isn't going to begin its retirement until 2025, we have an opportunity to take some time. And after it's retired, the actual life net book value will be known. And I think that's also really important. And so while it might not give sort of instant gratification to parties who want this neatly tied up in a bow right now, I think prudence actually dictates that we take this out and we talk about how it's going to be recovered in the next case. And so that's what I would do. But I find it, I just, in case I wasn't clear, I find it incredibly disappointing how this was handled.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm in a very similar spot. I would like to see more analysis as well. Tried to get at this during the hearing and cross with kind of what's the actual pollution controls. And our staff was able to come up with that number that today, it's approximately $385 million. So to me, it's just very confusing. Why did you run a securitization analysis at $100 million when your plant controls are $385 million? Pleasant Prairie was $100 million because the remaining plant for pollution controls was $100 million. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to see that analysis, and I think that's probably what you're asking for too, is what's the securitization look like at the full plant balance? There was also back and forth about the different fees and different things. I don't know how we can let's get over that hump. I don't know if we can do an RFP. I don't know what the options are. Staff can maybe help advise on how do we get more real numbers with like servicing fees and interest rates and things like that might actually be offered in the market. And obviously, it's definitely true that the margins have narrowed because the treasury rates and interest rates have risen. So in some respects, this applicant missed some opportunities.
Right.
We had low interest rates for a long time. This could have been a sharing of customer benefit when they knew such a large rate base was going to be needed and coming in. This could have been, as Pleasant Prairie was able to get extremely low interest rates on their securitization.
Yep.
I also think the DOE program, we're left with the record we have now, basically with a disagreement or an unsureness between Clean Wisconsin Witness and the applicant as to whether or not the DOE program in question would allow this or not. So I think we got to run that to ground. As you said, we got some time.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we've got time to basically do similar to what we did last time. I don't know if we need to make a decision about the interim, what we would do if this doesn't come back to us for 2 years and the plant does retire in '25. do we need to make a decision on how it should be treated for those months? Would we just use the levelization that had been agreed for that 7-month period, and then we'd come back and deal with it? I don't know if we need to address that or not. It's an open question.
Talk to staff, probably a deferral.
Yeah,
to
or we
catch
can
that.
just defer.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are my thoughts. I don't know if you have observations as our,
So I
Sounding
appreciate the
board.
detailed conversation, so thank you for that. I think both of the things that, both of the broader parameters of what you two outlined regarding more information, the time that the 2025 retirement date brought us, the study of maybe the actual study of the DOE opportunities, and also the accurate net book value. I think those are all things that are missing here that we absolutely need. I was going to ask what you asked Commissioner Huebner about, like, what does that mean for what we
Yeah.
do now?
yeah.
But I think we have a good answer on that as well. So I'm comfortable supporting where you both are, absolutely. And I think you guys are close, but I want to make sure that we have what we need for the record. First,
Do you want to, do we need to talk to staff about
I want to talk to staff.
okay.
about that.
2025?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
I already answered it.
Let me just quickly talk to staff for a minute. Actually,
Or-
we're
do you wanna
at,
do-
we're at
Yeah,
our,
we
we're
should
at
just
our
break
breaking
anyway.
Do our
point,
big break?
so,
And then
Sounds
we
good.
can wrap this when we come back. Yep.
15. Oh, well, I was gonna go longer.
I gotta eat
Let's
lunch.
go 30 minutes.
Okay.
Is that too? Then you want a more substantive, something other than snacks.
Okay. We're going to take a 30-minute break.
All right, we have two issues to come back to, and then I just want to, after the break, we've had a chance to talk as staff, come back to issue 44. So the two issues, Commissioner Hebner, I believe you wanted to review 21A and 21B.
Yep. And I'm going to join Commissioner Strand and Chairperson Bach on those issues.
Okay,
Thank you.
and that was do not authorize deferral at this time. for
That's
both of
correct.
those.
Yep. Thank
Okay,
you.
So for issue 44, what we heard as staff, and we had a lingering question about the requirement to relook, but then sort of the 2 years, and it's going to end presumably at the retirement date, how we capture that. So here is what we heard and have come up with. For issue 44, the applicant shall submit additional analysis in its next rate case proceeding regarding alternative recovery methodologies for Edgewater 5, including but not limited to an analysis of the impacts of levelization of the remaining net book value resulting from adjustments to the Edgewater ROE, additional cost sharing mechanisms, and securitization of the full remaining environmental controls. Applicant shall report back on any DOE funding opportunities to mitigate costs relating to Edge 5. At the time of retirement of Edgewater 5, the applicant shall submit the life net book value and shall defer the incremental differences between levelization at the current net book value and the life net book value.
Yes.
I think so. I don't think they have a limit, like a limited reopener is not contemplated at this point, but if they were to come in next year, would we want to have that analysis by then or just in like 2 years from now?
You're saying if they come in for their next rate case in 2024?
If it's a, do we want to say next rate case or reopener, depending on whatever's first? I don't know that they will, just otherwise it'll be 2 years from now.
Yeah.
So,
But they haven't, they're not seeking a reopener. How does it read for the timing?
Next rate case proceeding, which, when we use that, we mean the full rate case proceeding and not a limited rate case proceeding, because one is not contemplated.
Right.
yep.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay with the way it's written?
Or obviously, rate case proceedings also include any settlements as well.
Right.
Yes.
But would be
Okay.
the full case.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to raise that option.
Yep.
But yeah, okay, I'm comfortable with it too.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think part of the reason for the timing that we wanted to be closer to that 2025 retirement date, so I think that works.
Right.
All right. I think we're good to go
Okay.
if you are, Commissioner Strand.
Thank you, thank you.
Beginning at issue 55.
Yes, we will resume with electric rates, issue 45. Here we are determining the electric cost of service study or studies to consider when allocating revenue responsibility for test year 2024. I do appreciate the testimony that we received on this issue, but I wasn't persuaded in this docket that any specific cost of service study or set of cost of service studies was superior or more accurate. Therefore, I'm at alternative 2, don't adopt a specific model and rely on the multiple models for revenue allocation and rate design.
I'm in the same place, all two.
Yep, Alt 2 for this and the next.
I do just want to note that the record did demonstrate, as it did in our Genie proceeding last week, that it might be reasonable to start taking a closer look at this, and so we will discuss that in issue 48 coming up. Thank you. Issue 46 is the same question, but for test year 2025, sorry, this is revenue allocation, for 2025. Which cost of service study should we use? I, again, don't see a reason to adopt a specific one. I would like to continue to rely on the multiple model, so I'm at alternative 2 for issue 46.
I am as well.
I am as well, thanks.
Thank you. Issue 47 asks about the appropriate electric revenue allocation for test year 2024. Ultimately, my assessment here was that the staff's allocation represented the more balanced approach to revenue allocation and was also in line with my cost of service determination, which would put me at alternative 2. And I think it's important to note that alternative 2 should also include approve the revenue allocation proposed by staff and as modified by the final revenue requirement.
Yep, agreed. I'm in the same spot.
You're at, with staff? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at staffs and applicants and ultimately thought both could be reasonable, but I'll join you. I think the staff's is reasonable, so I will be there. That's fine. Good, thank you.
Thank you. Issue 48 asks, like I said, if it was reasonable for the commission to open an investigation into electric cost allocation and rate design principles. Here I'm at alternative 1. I think it's consistent with our MG&E decision, especially given the testimony we received. It's appropriate just to start taking a look at this cost of service and cost allocation. I think if we adopt what we did in MG&E, this would not be a utility-specific investigation. It would be a broader investigation on these issues. So I just wanted to make that distinction, but I'm at alternative 1 on this one.
I am as well, consistent with our discussion that,
Last week.
yeah.
And earlier today.
And earlier today, yes, thank you.
It was
I don't want to
Yeah.
presuppose.
Same spot.
Yep.
Alternative 1 for us to look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Issue 49 deals with the appropriate electric revenue allocation for test year 2025. We did receive testimony from Cub, WIG, Renew, Walmart, and our staff. Like my position on issue 47 regarding the 2024 allocation, I do find staff's allocation to be reasonable for 2025, which would put me at alternative 2. And again, I would like to add the language of approve the revenue allocation proposed by staff and as modified by the final revenue requirement in a manner consistent with staff's allocation.
I'm in the same spot.
Alternative 2.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll join you.
Issue 50 deals with the appropriate overall electric rate design for test year 2024. Consistent with our revenue allocation discussion just now, I do find staff's proposed rate design to be reasonable, which would put me at alternative 2. And again, I would add to that option as adjusted for the final revenue requirement.
Agreed.
Yes, I agree with the staff rate design. Alternative 2.
Thank you. Issue 51 asks about the appropriate overall electric rate design for test year 2025. I'm in the same place here as I was for 50. I do support staff's 2025 rate design, so I'm at alternative 2 and would add as adjusted for the final revenue requirement.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Good job. Alternative 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Issue 52 asks about the appropriate fuel surcharge rate from January 1st, 2024 through December 31st of 2025. Because we did accept staff's sales forecast earlier, I would be at alternative 1 here to accept the flat surcharge rate proposed by staff.
I am as well.
Me too.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. Issue 53 deals with the appropriate parallel generation tariff structure. The applicant has proposed to make several modifications to how it serves parallel generation customers with a system size under 75 kilowatts. So I'm going to make some general comments first, and then we can hear from you guys and kind of decide where we want to go on this. So there is a lot to unpack with issue 53, as is outlined in the issue scope and the multiple sub-issues that we'll consider. I think it would be helpful to first summarize the power partnership proposal and then give my initial thoughts on the program. This proposal is an attempt to more accurately reflect the true value of customer generation and consumption. Major components of the proposal are as follows. It would allow customers with a system size up to 75 kilowatts to enroll. It would provide distribution system upgrades for the purpose of interconnecting new facilities at no cost to the customer. It would allow hourly netting of a customer's electric usage and exports to the grid. It would have mandatory enrollment for the customer in their appropriate time of use based rate. It would implement a system asset value credit or SAVC and would include a monthly credit limit. In general, parallel generation and net metering issues are highly technical, and I did find certain aspects of the power partnership proposal complicated. With that being said, I do think the record demonstrates that WPL worked very hard to educate us all on how the program works and why their approach is reasonable. I found much of the program analysis robust, and I think the record demonstrate that this proposal was conceived with the goal of finding a balanced and innovative approach to compensating distributed generation customers. Additionally, the record demonstrates cooperation with interested parties as well as concessions on WPL's initial proposal in an attempt to find some consensus with interveners. On this front, the applicant was successful in that Renew Wisconsin and the Solar Energy Industries Association supported version 2 of the Power Partnership proposal. CUB also appeared to support most aspects of that proposal, and that support was encouraging for me to see. At the same time, I think it is important to note that there was continued opposition, and in general, of the over 500 public comments that we received on this case, most were focused on the parallel generation issue as a whole. Okay, so first, I do believe that tariffs and rate structures should be designed in a way that customers can generally understand the program and its pricing. Aside from the overall complexity of this proposal, there are a couple components embedded in the larger proposal that I'm somewhat concerned about, specifically related to the System Asset Value Credit, or the SAVC. For example, as outlined in 53D, the applicant has proposed to establish a regulatory asset with the applicant's authorized rate of return applied to it for payments made out to customers under the SAVC. The applicant states this treatment of the SAVC would allow the applicant to receive compensation for the additional value provided to distributed generation customers who use the system to conduct energy transactions. My understanding is that this is a rather novel concept. As described by applicant witness Cook, this credit is intended to recognize that when a distributed generation customer exports power through the distribution grid, that power is ultimately received by another customer on the grid. That receiving customer then pays for the electricity and services through its retail rates. I understand the neutrality concept here, where customers are financially indifferent as to the source of power received, but I do come back to the idea that the distributed generation system is the already, Christy? I'm just kidding.
Kids, probably.
That's okay. That the distributed generation system is a customer investment and struggle with the concept of establishing a regulatory asset based on credit payments that are predicated on the output of that customer investment. Additionally, the distribution network is a utility investment, but the utility is already entitled to a return of and on that investment. So to me, the record didn't clearly demonstrate why the utility should be allowed to establish the regulatory asset here. I'm also somewhat concerned with the issue identified in 53E. Here, the applicant proposed that the SAVC credits be counted for as a purchased power expense, and its proposed treatment would include deferral of the SAVC credits incurred and the inclusion of these costs in a future fuel rule proceeding. This issue was explored in the hearing, where commission staff questioned whether that proposal is allowable under fuel rules. I'm a little worried that if we were to approve the tariff as proposed, we could encounter issues in future proceedings. Moreover, it's not clear to me what the consequences would be if we made modification to these components of the SAVC, but authorized other aspects of the tariff today. For instance, is this an all or nothing proposal? I don't know. The interplay of the various SAVC components is unclear to me. So I think I'll say that although I'm close to approving the authorization of this program, given my aforementioned concerns, my preference would be to direct WPL to file a TE docket to allow for further analysis of the proposed program and hopefully provide more clarity on the overall program design. To be clear, if this is the path we take, this would be a separate and distinct TE for this specific proposal, not the larger net metering investigation that we ordered in the MG&E proceeding last week. However, I am open and prepared to consider other options and suggestions from my colleagues. And then we'll see how that goes, and then we can walk through the issues specifically.
So I'm in the same spot in terms of I'm not prepared to approve it. I would take it out and deal with it separately. And I was just going to mention that we did order additional investigation of net metering in 5 EI 157. So certainly that ongoing work could help inform this applicant if they choose to make modifications to it. But I would also, I'm not prepared to authorize it. I have too many questions. I appreciate trying to be creative and giving us something new to look at. I don't feel comfortable with the establishment of that reg asset, and I don't, at this point, feel that I have enough information to make me comfortable with the interplay and the fuel rules. And so I would pull it out.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm basically in the same spot. I think you did a great job, Commissioner Strand, of explaining, and I think it's clear as you went through that, there's a lot of moving parts here. So I want to, first off, appreciate Power and Light's approach. You know, they come into the case with an approach of how does the utility partner in a way, and that's what they called it, partnership, with distributed generation customers as this technology keeps growing. And I think that's a really good starting point with that spirit of how do we partner. I think it was a really well-developed and genuinely developed concept. A few things I wanted to point out that I thought were value adds. One, it really enshrined that when a customer is using that generation system to offset their usage, they get to offset their full rate. Just like energy efficiency, just like if you go on vacation, there's no question that you get the full compensation for self-consuming. That the export value has multiple potential value streams, and we started looking at this with our parallel generation dockets. And as you mentioned, that basically when a customer does export, it's just going down the line to the neighbor who's paying full retail rate. So I really appreciated Power and Light. I haven't seen a utility in Wisconsin recognize that before, that, yeah, okay, the neighbor is paying the full rate. So how do we account for this? So I think there's some really good theory. I come back, I thought Vote Solar's analysis was still really unrebutted as it was against MG&E. There was analysis, but it seemed like the WPL was sort of averages or customer averages, average customers, average solar systems, et cetera. It seemed like Vote Solar got the actual data of actual net metering customers and came to different numbers. So I think we're gonna have to, I hope 5EA 157 is the place where we can actually get the analysts to agree on, we gotta use the same set of data and look at it with our different perspectives instead of looking at, with different perspectives, different data, because then you just are talking past each other. Yeah. And I think I come back to the simplicity of rates. And it's in the report RAP did is customers have to be able to understand the rates, whether it's a residential rate, a time of day rate, a solar rate, whatever. And this has a lot of parts to it. So, and I think the reg asset and the fuel rules interactions didn't get closed up here. So I too would pull it out at this time. I wasn't at the spot where I would direct to open a TE. I was more in the spot of let's look at net metering more generally. They're certainly not precluded. They can file a TE whenever they would want if they want to modify this or come in with a different idea. So that's where I was at. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. I think we're all really close to being in agreement. And I hear that you guys feel that the general investigation on the issue as a whole is probably sufficient because it could include parts and pieces of this. So I can absolutely join you there.
Okay.
And not create that separate and distinct TE docket in this proceeding.
Yep.
Yep. So
Okay. And if they want to, they
they can,
but
right?
Yeah,
Yep, but we're just not going to direct them to.
right.
So again, I think we're probably in the heat of agreement and can walk through
Sure.
the specific issues. So again, feel free to stop me if I'm not capturing the positions correctly, but I believe on 53A, we are on alternative 3, do not authorize the PGS 2 Power Partnership V2 tariff.
Correct.
Yep, okay, thank you. In 53B, then, are the applicant's proposed changes to the existing PGS 3 tariff reasonable? I believe that puts us at alternative 3, do not authorize the changes to the existing tariff. It would be premature, given everything that we just discussed.
Yes, that's where I am.
That's where I am too. And the thing I wanted to note, just Power Partnership went to a higher kilowatt, so maybe more customers. It did seem like where that landed towards the sir rebuttals and the hearing was that maybe WPL was getting comfortable with this minimum bill idea. And so maybe that's another starting point that's pretty simple. You don't have a lot of other moving parts, but just if there's a dollar amount that the customers and Renew agreed to this, SIA agreed to this, so maybe there's a building block of kind of that minimum bill, and then maybe that is a starting point to either adjusting PGS 3 or looking at something else. So I just wanted to comment on that, but for this, I'm at Alt 3. I would not change PGS 3. Thanks.
Thank you. Issue 53C asks about the proposal to take 50% of expired bill credits. I believe we are at alternative 3, do not authorize the usage of expired bill credits.
Correct.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
53D, since we are not authorizing the power partnership proposal, I believe we are at either alternative 3, don't authorize it, or alternative 4, take no action, because we didn't authorize it.
Yeah.
You okay with that, Cindy? Okay,
Same. Yeah.
thank you. And the same would be for 53E then,
Alt
since it
2.
deals with the SAVC. 53F, I believe would be the same, since it includes treatment of the SAVC. 53G, okay, so this is, I just briefly wanted to discuss because I know that this concept of avoided transmission costs was an underlying issue in last year's parallel generation buyback docket, and again, that predates me, so if there's anything that you guys want to say about this issue in general, since it does come into any sort of net metering discussion, would like to give you that opportunity at this time.
I was at Alt 3.
I was too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if we're not approving it,
Right.
you know,
Yep.
I had written, if it's approved, I do think that it should include an avoided transmission payment, and I know that's something we're going to come back to in the PG dockets
Okay.
as well,
Yep,
so.
so
yep.
Alt 3 for this one, thank you. And then 53H, as we did in MGE, I think it's absolutely appropriate to affirm our decision there, as we've discussed. And again, all the things that were brought up in this issue can be part of that investigation. So I am at alternative 1, to order that investigation into the appropriate tariff structure for parallel generation customers.
So my only change to that would be that it would go into the existing. Yep, 5 EI 157.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Me too.
Yep, great, thank you. I believe that takes us through the parallel generation items, which brings us to issues 54, 55, and 56, which relate to customer affordability. I don't want to speak for the others on the commission, but if you're a regular subscriber to our YouTube channel, of which there are many, you know that this is a very important issue for us. I think it was really exciting to have this level of involvement and innovative engagement from interveners on these proposals. And while the proposals are well-intentioned, I do feel that we probably need a more thorough analysis and holistic engagement process here. We did have some lukewarm reactions to the ECC, which we'll get to, and we'll walk through each issue individually. But I do want to state up front that I think that this commission found a very reasonable path forward for a more in-depth study of these important issues, including really drilling down into what the actual benefits to customers are and kind of the extent of, and the impact and the magnitude of those benefits. So even though I've kind of buried the lead a couple other times, I do want to just say now that I intend to propose a similar position to our action taken last week, which would direct the applicant to work with interested stakeholders to develop alternative programs and options to address these important customer affordability and energy burden issues, and that a docket to investigate the development of such programs shall be opened by the commission no later than April of 2024. I'm open to talking about whether or not this would be a utility-specific investigation, so we can absolutely discuss that or take that into consideration. But I think either we can take comments or just walk through the specific issues, whichever you guys prefer at this time.
It doesn't matter to me, however you want to approach it.
I'm in the same spot.
Okay.
You know, I do think there's certainly work to be done here, and I particularly highlighted, I think 350 and others, but they had some nice maps. I mean, Janesville and Beloit, what
The
stood
census
out to
blocks.
me.
Yep.
I mean, housing stock issues, obviously manufacturing facilities that have left and just challenges in those communities. But that stuck out to me as places where the applicant could certainly make some progress. Not that they aren't working there, I'm just saying it clearly showed that those two communities had more customers that were in hard spots.
Yep.
And energy efficiency was specifically listed as a challenge with some of the housing stock, so.
And because of that, and this is consistent with the position I took last week, I do think it should be a utility-specific docket.
I agree.
I do.
And I recognize and respect that that adds to the workload of the intervening parties, right? Because they're going to be working and having discussions with utilities individually. But I think because of the makeup of utility service territories, it's important that we recognize that a one-size-fits-all isn't going to work when we talk about affordability for customers. So I'm in the same spot that I was last week in that we have to be cognizant of the statutory framework that we operate in. And so I think in this particular case, I was prepared to accept Mr. Colton's modifications to the arrearage management plan and his suggestions to modify the applicant's community solar programs. But as it relates to percentage of income and the geo-targeted, same as my position last week, I do not feel comfortable authorizing those programs with the information we have and with the current legislative backdrop that we have here in Wisconsin. So I think, as a general matter, we should put the affordability and potential for customer payment programs in general into a utility-specific docket, as we did last week.
Want to go through the
Yeah,
issues?
we'll just go through the issues then.
Sure.
Thank you very much for those comments. So I believe, again, correct me if I'm wrong, for issue 54, we're at alternative 4, do not approve the ECC program, which makes issue 54A moot. So we're not approving it. Issue 55, the proposal to make the AMP program permanent.
Well, but not specific to that program.
Oh,
If
right,
you're
right,
doing
got it,
specific.
okay.
Okay.
All right.
Issue 55 regards the proposal to make the arrearage management program permanent and also does, as Chair Vaughn pointed out, include some modifications proposed by BPSA witness, I believe Dr. Colton. So I think that would put us at alternative 2. And then I don't want to speak for you, Chair Vaughn, include about one or more, or if you want to specifically delineate which one. So if you would like to state your official position on that one.
Okay. So I would take Mr. Colton's modifications to expand eligibility to customers whose service is disconnected. And then I would actually also take his suggested modification to lower the program's arrears threshold and apply AMP payments as on time.
Okay, so you would be at alternative 2, make the AMP a permanent program with all of the modifications proposed by BPSA witness Roger Colton.
Correct.
Okay, I'm comfortable in joining you there, thank you.
Yeah, I was coming in to have it remain as a pilot. And that's just because I do think the program appears to be working. But there was some testimony about how there was a large, obviously, influx of federal dollars to help. And so I wanted to kind of look at it in the next 2-year cycle a little more closely as well. So that's kind of where I was coming in.
Would
I
you make
don't.
any additional changes?
I would make the same changes you had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that those are all reasonable.
I can join you
So-
in maintaining its pilot status with the modifications.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Okay. 56.
So 56, I do want to, I think we should break them out, given,
Yep.
Cindy, do you have what you need on 55? Okay. Break them out, given Chair Vox comments about PIP, geo-targeting, and community solar, 3 separate and distinct things. So for 56A, which is the percentage of income plan, I believe we would be at alternative 4, take no action.
Yep,
That's where I am, yes.
that's where I am.
Great, okay, thank you. 56B is regarding the geo-targeted low-income usage reduction pilot program. We would be at alternative 3 as well, take no action, but again, hope that it's part of the further analysis that's going to occur in the investigation.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
thank you. 56C, the proposal for the commission to require the applicant to expand access of low-income customers to the community solar program. I believe Chair Vox stated that she was at alternative 1.
Correct.
I can join you there, but we can hear what Commissioner Huebner has to say as well on this one.
My thinking was that, yes, they should explore more options for LMI participation in community solar. In particular, I wanted to note a recently approved tariff we did for Manitowoc, where instead of kind of a large upfront fee and then bill credits later, it was more of, you have a monthly charge and then you get monthly credits. And so it doesn't have this large upfront cost that we know is a burden for people of limited means. So I think that that may be a model that they could look at. I guess I was going to stop short of ordering that, but more of the take other action. But Chair, if you have specific, if that's like one item, or if you had specifics that you wanted them to definitely include, or if you just want them to file a TE with, to update this in their TE docket. Did you have thoughts on that?
I mean, I think, first of all, we've authorized carve-outs before for community solar. And so I didn't think that BPSA's proposal were far off of what's been done. And I think that it became very clear that if the low-income housing authority decides to not avail themselves of that particular set aside, that it would then be open to other potential subscribers. And I think that that's a very valid and reasonable suggestion. So I would have them set aside that 5% for first-time home buyers. And then I would also have them set aside blocks for households with income at or below 200% of the federal poverty line. So I would do both carve-outs. And in terms of how do you get that done, I suppose we do have to have them come back and modify. Yeah,
Their tariff, yeah.
right. So that's where I was. I was taking both of those.
Did you have thoughts on those?
I'm comfortable with that. I think it makes sense. I think anytime we can kind of lower the barriers to access of these important things, we should do it. So, and again, like you said, there's precedent for carve-outs.
Right.
Which raised my comfort level with that mechanism.
Right.
And then we would actually review the specifics in said.
That was my question.
TE
That-
docket.
that
So we're not saying.
We're not improving it at this point, directing the filing of a TE to make modifications, including but not limited to catch your point, those identified by Roger Colton.
Correct.
Yep. Okay.
And then we'll review it.
Yep,
in a
and
TE.
file a TE.
Okay, so I believe that brings us to, I'm going to make an official motion to direct the applicant to work with interested stakeholders to develop alternative programs and options to address customer affordability and energy burden, and that a docket to investigate the development of such programs shall be opened by the commission no later than April of 2024. And again, this would be utility-specific to kind of take into consideration the uniqueness of their service territory.
Yep, I support
I
that.
agree with that.
Okay,
Yes.
great. All right, I think, Cindy, do you have what you need on all of those? Wonderful, thank you. Okay, moving on to issue 57 and 57A, which I'm going to take up together. This program did receive a lot of support. Sorry, I'll talk about them a little bit. So 57 is a optimal rate switch opt-out program, and it asks us, the first question is about the reasonableness of that. And then 57A includes some questions about compliance with PSC Administrative Code 113-0406. 4E, I believe is the correct citation there. So this program received a lot of support in the record, and I do commend the applicant for its innovative proposal here. However, our staff did raise a very important point regarding compliance with that administrative code section, and that leaves me struggling with how to move forward with this proposal while also being mindful of the requirements contained in the code. And if that's even possible, maybe there are some creative options here, but there are some sticklers for the rules on this commission, myself included. So I'm interested to hear from you both, how you feel about 57 and 57A and kind of the again, unique interplay of those two issues. You know, we have a little bit of like a cart, horse, chicken, egg situation here. So I'll open it up to you two, but I'm struggling with this one.
Yeah, I think what was a little, not concerning is too strong of a word, maybe surprising, was the testimony of Ms. Stober, that it appears that perhaps 113-0406-4E is not being complied with, and that to me, needs a little more investigation. So I'm gonna jump ahead to 57A. I'm not going to find that they're not in compliance. I don't have enough information either way to make a decision today. So I need more information from the company, whether that's customer contact guides or bill inserts or whatever other things are happening with their customer service representatives, and how customers are being made aware of the fact that they may be eligible for a better rate, right? And that's required under the code. They're supposed to be being told that at least once a year. For the 10,000 people, sweeping them in and automatically moving them, I know that this has wide support on the record. Where I struggle is how to square the 10,000 customers and the requirement under the law that we can't discriminate, utilities can't discriminate against customers who are receiving like and contemporaneous service. So are the 10,000 people being, it wasn't clear to me how the applicant is going to select the customers.
Yep.
And because of that, I then don't have enough information to decide if it's legal.
Yeah, if there's unequal treatment under 113-0406.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yep.
So I think it's an innovative idea. The first question that popped into my mind was, don't you do this already? I mean, you're supposed to be informing customers. And I get that this is an automatic switch, but it actually raised more questions for me about the current practices and how customers are being communicated with. So I would need more information for issue 57, specifically how those 10,000 customers are going to be selected and how that selection comports with the Wisconsin statute that deals with discrimination. And then for 57A, like I said, I would stop short that finding that their current notification practice is not in compliance, but I would order that they provide additional information demonstrating that they are in compliance with that code provision. Commissioner Heber?
Yeah, no, I thought that this was a really interesting opportunity that they've looked at. It's not in the record, but out in the world, there's utilities that are, and states that are actually moving to time of use for everybody, for all their residential. So I can join you where you're at, Chair. I think that there's promise here, there's potential, but I want to be respectful of making sure that we're in compliance with the statutes and the codes that we have. So I think I'm in the same spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just to clarify, so for issue 57, do not approve, and for 57A, directing the applicant to provide additional evidence demonstrating compliance with the code provision. Did you have a time period in mind, or any other mechanism, or just as a compliance order point in this rate case?
Yeah. I didn't have a specific time period.
I
in
didn't
mind.
either. I think just,
Yep, I can join you both. You did a great job of articulating some of the issues that were spotted on this one by me, so thank you. Yep,
Sure.
I think that makes perfect sense.
Great.
Which brings us to issue 58 regarding the applicant's updates to the sections of the extension rules. So here, the proposal updates language and amperage thresholds to align with modern practices, increases the threshold under which a refund or additional bill would be issued to customers upon completion of their service extension. And then the last proposal adds a charge for return trips if a customer claims a site is prepared for service and the crew determines that the site is in fact not ready. I'm okay with the first two proposals to the extension rules, but when I was reviewing the last proposal about adding a charge for return trips, I was not able to identify anywhere, including the red line tariff, what the charge would be for the return trip. And I also think that the applicant has functioned without that language for a while and can probably continue to function without it. So absent that explanation and that dollar figure, I feel that that aspect of this should be removed, but I do, like I said, support the first two. So I would be at alternative 2, approve the proposed updates to the extension rules regarding amperage thresholds and refunds or additional bills upon completion of service extension, but I would not approve the return trip charge.
Okay. I was prepared to approve it as proposed. But I think you make a valid point. Just want to look it up. Commissioner Huebner, thoughts?
I'm in the same spot. I was prepared to approve it as proposed, but I might want to take a break.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
We can get to the
I'll
end.
just
and-
tell you, Chair Bach, that
Yeah.
there's 2 exhibits that are cited. It's not in the extension rules exhibit, it's in the other exhibit that's cited, which is really, it's confusing. I'm not saying it's, none of that is wrong, I'm just saying you're gonna have to look both places, and it's not in either of them, but where you probably are looking first, it's not in there at all. It's not in there at all.
Can you point us?
Yeah, sure.
Well-
So,
It's the 2 exhibits listed
Yep.
here, 5R and 7.
yeah, so I believe the extension rules are in 5R, but this is actually in 7.
Okay. Let's put a pin in this one.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
Let's come back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, 59 asks if the commission should approve the remaining uncontested electric rate design proposals. There was no opposition to these. I was at alternative 1.
I was as well.
I'm at alternative 1 as well.
Thank you. We are now moving on to gas rate issues. Issue 60 is about the natural gas cost of service and which cost of service study we should consider when allocating the revenue responsibility and developing rates for test year 2024. Consistent with my positions in the past on these, I believe it's appropriate to consider both models, and therefore I'm at alternative 2, to not adopt a specific model, but rely on the multiple models.
I am as well. Thank you.
I'm at alternative, sorry, I got ahead of myself. Alternative 2 on issue 60. Correct.
Thank you. Issue 61 asks what the appropriate 2024 natural gas revenue allocation. I believe the allocation offered by our staff offers a balanced approach to revenue allocation and therefore would be at alternative 2 and would again add the language as adjusted for the final revenue requirement.
Agreed.
Yep, I'm in the same spot, thank you.
Thank you. Issue 62 asks about the appropriate natural gas revenue allocation for 2025. Again, I feel the staff's allocation is balanced and reasonable and would be at alternative 2, and the language is already in there, so I don't have to restate it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Agreed. All 2.
I'm at alternative 2 as well, thank you.
Thank you. Issue 63 asks about the overall natural gas rate design for test year 2024. Consistent with my revenue allocation determinations, I do support our staff's natural gas rate design, which puts me at alternative 2, and the language is there again.
I'm in the same spot.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alternative 2.
Thank you. Issue 64 asks about the appropriate overall natural gas rate design for the 2025 test year. Again, as I stated in 63, I think the staff's design is reasonable, and I'm at alternative 2.
Wait, say that again? Are you on
I-
65?
64.
Oh, sorry, I
No,
moved
it's okay.
ahead. I was like, wait, what?
64.
Yes,
Yeah,
alternative.
sorry,
2.
yes.
Sorry.
It's very possible I said 65. I don't know what time of day it is.
Yeah. Yep, issue 64, I'm at alternative 2.
Perfect, thank you. In issue 65, these are uncontested natural gas extension rule updates. Again, uncontested, no opposition. I'm at alternative 1 to approve
That's why I
these.
was confused.
Yeah.
I was like, what are we doing here?
Wait, what?
Yes, also alt 1.
I'm at alternative 1.
Thank you. 66 asks if any additional action is appropriate for the commission to take based upon the evidence in the record when considering establishing just and reasonable rates and services. My understanding is that we already addressed most of these in our prior decisions, so I don't have anything specific to add. But there are some important things that are laid out here, so whatever, if you two have any thoughts on this, I'm open to hearing those. But absent that, I'm at alternative 2.
Yeah, I'm at alternative 2 as well, and I think we did take it up when we talked about the affordability programs in general. I mean, I would just say, for people who are paying attention, we've made it pretty clear that affordability and energy burden is important as we look at the impact of utilities generation building programs. And so I don't think anything specifically needs to be ordered, but I think it just bears repeating that it's important that applicants understand that it is an important factor, affordability, and to be dismissive of it, I think, would be short-sighted on behalf of any applicant. So, but I wouldn't take additional action. So, I'm at alt 2.
I will join you at alt 2.
Issue 67 asks if we should include the standard order conditions from the rate case in docket 6680 UR 123, along with other standard order conditions. I am at alternative 1 on this one.
I am as well.
I'm at alternative 1.
I believe that, go ahead.
With a question the applicant raises on AFUDC, their decision matrix points, or their entry here is recommending including order conditions related to AFUDC in their exhibit, check 11. I don't know if we needed to do something on that to set the AFUDC rates, or if that is a function of ROE and things like that. Say? Okay.
I just had one quick question going back to issue 56C, which was the TE docket for the solar. For the more general investigation as to customer affordability and energy burden you established in April 2024 deadline. Did you want to establish a deadline for the solar TE docket or not? I didn't hear one.
This would be related to the net
Issue
metering?
50 Nope, issue
No.
56C, the
Oh,
solar.
community solar. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
June?
Seems reasonable,
okay.
6 months.
Yeah? I don't know. I didn't really have thought.
I didn't think about
Christie, your workload is increasing.
I actually think this might take them a little time to come up with a method that syncs with how they've been doing it. So I was thinking maybe 9 months, 12 months
okay.
even.
Okay. I'm
It
fine
may
with.
not,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
come
no
in
later
sooner.
than, no later than,
No
right.
later than?
Right, yeah, and you'd rather have it be precise than.
Rushed.
Right.
Yep.
Right, and incomplete.
Yep.
so no later than 9 months or 12 months?
I'll defer to both of you. I don't have a strong opinion.
I think a year is
I think a
fine.
year is probably okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I can join you at a year.
And I hope they work with the interveners with some ideas.
12/31/2024.
Yeah.
So I know we need to go back to 58, but I want to make sure, did your AFUDC question get answered, Commissioner Hebner?
It's my understanding that AFUDC will flow through the other decisions that we made, so we don't
We
need to
don't need
take
to
that
modify?
up.
Okay.
Okay.
But just, I believe brings us back to 58 regarding return trip.
So trip charge isn't defined anywhere else in the tariff? I'm looking at the company now. Trip charge, defined term in your rules and regs? No? Okay. I was thinking maybe if it was,
Somewhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or even if like a range somewhere else, but,
Right.
yeah.
I'm actually okay with it.
Okay.
I think it's reasonable. Yeah, I would accept it. I would accept this one as
Without
is.
modifications.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yep.
So you're at alternative one, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Strand, you were concerned that it didn't have a dollar amount?
Yeah, it's undefined.
Okay.
Charge. Usually they're,
I can join you, Commissioner Strand. I mean, if they, this can be a TE or something else too, where they identify what that is, or if it's based on miles, or if it's, I don't know what the variables would be, if it would just be a standard trip charge.
I could add a friendly amendment for your consideration. You could indicate that the final form tariff shall identify a reasonable charge, a specific amount, and either
Yeah.
delegate approval of that to the administrator.
Yep, I think
Or if
that's,
they want to supply one before we finish the final order, I don't know if that's possible with the record here. No, okay, we could delegate it though. Yeah.
yep, I think that's a great
fine.
idea. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion, thank you.
that was very friendly.
All right.
I think that concludes everything. Cindy, do you have what you need?
Take a break.
That was a good catch.
I actually think I'm looking at right
And forth. I'm like, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, I actually think we're good.
Okay, oh, great.
I'm gonna let that sit for about 5 seconds, make sure. Otherwise, we're gonna move. Okay, you good?
Thank you.
In docket 6680 UR 124, I move we approve the application of Wisconsin Power and Light to adjust electric and natural gas rates consistent with our discussion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that concludes our official business for today. The next open meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, November 21st, 2023 at 10:30. So there's no meeting next week, and then the following week, our open meeting occurs on a Tuesday.
Move we stand adjourned until Tuesday, November 21st.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.